Hey guys, you okay? How you doing? So, I've got my dressing gown and I'm freezing. Just put the heating on, but apparently it's going to snow here. So, anyway, I haven't got my earphones in yet, so I might be a little bit echoey and a bit making that weird, funny noise. So, hello everybody, I'm just going to grab my earphones. Just give me a moment, folks. 2 secs. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Can you hear me okay? Oh, my new earphones came, didn't they? And I forgot to get the thingy-bob in the old. The old's too big. No, the old's too small, sorry. Oh, you're doing the centigrade, are you? So, many of you may know, some of you may not know, that Ash has had to let us down. I'm so devastated. Hello, Fred. Hello, Jag. Hello, Steve at Free Souls Paranormal. How you doing, bud? We have Lee Cullen is here. You're not back on Discord, are you? Cliff, hello. I've just bought a UNN t-shirt, me mate. You know, the anti-lockdown one. Bought the posh one, the embroidered one. Only the best for the bunny. Who else have we got here? We got anybody else? No, we've got 9 people here. Paranormal UK, hello. Who are you? Have you got a different name? Because you knew my name was Penny. Hello, Real Super Doctor. Do we have any moderators in the house? We have Lee. Lee's a moderator. Tom Sellers. Hello, negative. Why, Lee? Why? Tom, how are you doing? Hello, Ted. Right, let's get my phone up so I can see what's going on. Right, so I hate sitting in my dressing gown. I'll probably get warm soon. So hang on a minute. Very professional here. I've got my laptop on my makeup bag. Oh, God. Don't fall. Don't fall. I need to get a new makeup box. These bags are useless. Right then, let's have a look. Hope you had a good Easter. People say that, but what is a good Easter? Hello, Hattie Pakes. It's all right, Ted. Yeah, I don't know what a good Easter is, but thank you. I hope you did too. It's just a normal weekend. I have one egg that I bought 2 months ago that arrived all smashed up. I've not touched it yet. Jack had some dairy-free eggs, so he's eating them. I've done the best I could buy, the best money could buy that was non-dairy. But they're okay. And he had some Lego from the Easter Bunny and a little guinea pig toy, and something else. So he's had a little Easter Bunny visit, Right. So let's get the live chat up. So we'll do that, we'll turn it down, don't want to be my gob. Right then, hello. So we have 12 likes. Can we all hit the like button? So Hattie Bakes, who doesn't bake. I wish you did. Delta Dawn. I'm so intrigued by this Edinburgh Lane Warren story on the Travel Channel. Oh, I've not seen that, mate. But that was a true story. Hello, Sarah. Hello, my darling. Yeah, out The Conjuring. Is that what you mean? They were a real couple. They were real paranormal investigators. So yeah, I do miss my ghost hunts. I'd say it's been coming up to 6.5 years now since we last went. So right then, so the moderators have gone back. Back to 1 or 2. So we have got a couple on here at the moment. Steve, no notification. Do you know something? If I go live, oh really? You see, I've not been out to the supermarket. Now usually when I'm out at the supermarket, I end up buying loads. You know, because you see them, don't you? And you're grabbing them. But I've not been anywhere. Not supermarket anywhere. I can't be dealing with all these masked people. So I've only bought a couple of Amazon, and that was ages ago. They arrived all smashed up. Usually, what I do, I buy too many and then I throw them away, because I've got this thing about stocking up on things. Hello, Tim Full Hat Orchestra. No notification. Doesn't surprise me at all. So when I was a kid, we didn't have nothing. So now I like to make sure there's lots of everything, but then I end up not eating it. But it's the fact that it's there, you know. PTSD from a bizarre childhood. But there you go. None of us can, we've all got our problems. But I might have some cream eggs, actually. So, yeah, there's no eggs, no mugs. What? How bizarre. Hello, Ricky. Hello, Chelsea Steve. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm a little bit tired. So we've got 18 people here. And 17 likes. So come on, folks, hit the like button. So we have, I think Brian wanted to come on. I'm not sure if I didn't reply to his message. Been a bit of a bad friend. Did you go to the Four Crosses pub on A5? No. Did Dudley Castle? Hello, Bridget. Have you finished watching your movie, darling? Have you finished watching? I had a cream egg earlier. I think I might have a cream egg or 10. Haven't bought any chocolate eggs. Yeah, I usually buy some for Jack's little friends and and family and whatnot. Thanks, Lee. Been a bit crap this year, so can't get the staff, can you? Right then. Oh, hello, Emma. I think Emma's a moderator. Yeah. Right, you can see Snoopy, yes. You can just about see him. I'll be getting him in a minute. So let me just go on to Discord a moment, because I think I've not really been on anything today. Just got a reply. Brian, if you're watching, I'm just replying now. Did you enjoy it? I'm not keen on them. Yeah, I don't think anybody's. Maybe that's why I've not done the mug ones, because there's no one really bothering to do it, are they? Just seeing this. Brian, if you're free, Brian V, come on up. So we're going to have to improvise tonight. That light's too bright. I might just turn it off. It's better not see much of me, isn't it? That's the best thing ever. There's some weird film on Film 4 called The Man Who Killed Hitler. I've heard of that. I don't think I've ever seen it, though. Oh, fuck. Right, sorry about that, folks. I feel really weird in my dressing gown on the internet. It feels quite rude. Now I can't see fuck all now. Fucking hell. Right then, so we'll see if Brian wants to come up. What time is it now? I'm going on a bit late tonight. That is a good movie. I'm not sure if I've seen that, you know. So has anyone got any UFO stories they'd like to talk to us about? Has anyone got any? Because we've got Laura, the medium, coming in on. You need a rabbit onesie. Oh well. It's funny you should say that. It's almost a onesie. Hello, dearest Dawn. We've got 2 Dawns in as well. We've got Delta Dawn. Oh, fuck. Well, this dressing gown, it's got bunnies on it. See? Bunnies, 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 bunnies. And it's got pom-poms. Pom-poms. Okay. And it's got a zip. But, I know, early night tonight. Let's see, eh? And it's got a zip, so it might as well be a onesie. It's got a zip, look, see? See? But it is a dressing gown. I know. Do you know, I always yawn when I start talking to you guys. I don't know why. I weren't yawning before. It was fine. It's your fault. Blame it onto you lot. Right then. So, I'm not having like... Does anybody want to come on? Right. I'm not having loads of people on. All talking over each other. Oh. Do you know what I watched today? I watched that. Look at this spot. Look, this is the biggest spot I've ever had in years. This is because my hormones are working. Dearest Dawn, this means they're working. And guess what? I've run out. And I didn't even realise I was taking that many. A couple of months back. What do you mean, charming, cheeky? What, a couple of months back? What? Anyhow. I forgot what I was saying now. See, I'm useless at remembering. Apparently it's this thyroid thing. So no notifications have gone out. We've got 26 people and it's not bad. If you're able to share, I never ask people to share, but if you're able to, please do. I was awake at 4 a.m, so was I. Hello, Donna! Ooh. Honestly, I've not yawned until now. Yeah, let me know, but I think that is to do with it. Hate spots. Donna Flag, happy bunny day. Oh, thanks, darling. I feel like I'm too far. Oh, thank you. How are you, sweetheart? Are you okay? Have you had a nice day? I watched the boat race. Oh, you don't want to watch the boat race? That is well boring. How are they going to do social distance boat racing? Ice Queen 2010. Hello, it's been a while. Ice Queen 2010 Boo Boo. Matt Hancock. He has. Yeah, no. You can't. You can't write the word COVID though. Right, I'm going to say this right now, folks. Okay. You won't get in trouble for writing the word COVID. I won't get in trouble for the word COVID, but it will bring them in. The algorithms are looking for anyone talking about the C word. Hello, David Strange. No relation to Michael Strange. Oh, he writes it now. So sweet. So, okay. So don't be offended if the moderators delete anything it's not you. No, you didn't know, darling. I should be telling you before you go. We used to be able to. And just recently, it's gone insane, right? So I can't even say it, and I've just said it. So, right, we can't say it. Hello, Helena. I'm still awake. Well done, darling. So, we cannot say the word COVID. If you want to talk about it, try not to. But if you really have to say it, I know, Dean. Come on, Dean. Lee. See, I'm that tired. I'm getting mixed up with my names. Are you from Cambridge? I'm happy that Cambridge won. Yeah. Oh, God, maybe I'm boring myself. Yeah, so, plague. It's going to be called the plague, okay? But we're going to limit the talk of it. So just because we're going to call it the plague doesn't mean we can all talk about the plague. Yeah, but even the word flu, no, we'll just call it the plague, please. Okay? Because the plague, we could be talking about the Black Death, couldn't we? We could be having a history lesson from the bunny. Hello, Paul from Newcastle. Hello. So 29 people watching. Have we got any knobheads? No knobheads yet. 23 likes. The military are in control. I don't think they are. Are you in America, sweetheart? But guys, please, the military aren't in control. The baddies are in control. Hence why we are where we are. There are some good folks still, like the governor of Texas and the governor of Florida. There are good guys still. There are a few good. I'm a knobhead. Hello, I Boggit. It's been a while. Well, you didn't hit the dislike, so you're okay. So, the military guys, I know you want to think it, and it would be nice. And in the UK, I certainly don't think the people that are in charge now are. We've got to face it now. I don't think it's them. Yeah, I agree. The people that are in control. Oh, is it? Happy birthday to iBoggit. When I get Snoopy, I'll see whether he's in the mood to sing to you. Okay. Where was I? I've forgotten. Yeah. There are some good politicians everywhere. So in the UK, we've got some decent backbenchers. The ones that are talking about the ones that are it's okay. A bit congested. Hello, Peter of Barbara. Stephen Kissane. Did you get my my linky link on Facebook? 33 watching. What a surprise. So yeah, we have we are under a global technocracy, in my opinion. It's very bizarre. It's unlike anything ever seen. It's a communist. I don't know, we can't talk about it. Plus, we don't want to talk about it. It's boring, isn't it? Let's talk about something else. So, I've watched the new Godzilla movie, and it was really good. Has anybody seen it? Would you all let me know? Just say yes or no if you've seen it, and what did you think? Some of the reviews were mixed. Do you know what? Quite often these films, I don't know whether you remember in the noughties they were worse for this. In the 90s and the noughties, these big creature features or these big, with the effects in, were always a little bit at the beginning. Hello, love pugs. A little bit at the beginning. If you're not seeing it, it's only been out a couple of days. I rented it on Amazon because you get 2 days on Amazon. You get 48 hours to start watching it. To when you can rent it till. But with Sky, did you enjoy it too, Donna? With Sky, you only get it for 24 hours, so you've got to watch it. No to Godzilla. 32 again, 33, 32, 26 likes. Come on, guys, hit the like button. If you want Snoopy Poops to sing happy birthday to iBoggit, then you need to hit the like button. Because Snoopy Poops will not sing for less than 50 likes. So let's see if we can do it. And we'll see if Snoopy Poops will do it. I'm just working on a video to show you my pregnant shrimp on the other channel. So it may be boring to many, but some people might find it interesting. And I'm putting a few little facts in as well. Yes, it is. And it's the new one. She's in the old one as well. So basically, you know the way these you remember the original Godzilla, the remake in the 1990s? Was it 1997? I went to watch that for my 17th birthday on the cinema with my old farthead ex. I remember that there was like a bit at the beginning, then the whole film was talking, then you get the monster at the end, and then we had all these, was it Deep Impact? Hello, Ian. The Deep Impact. Do you remember all these movies in 2012, and you get the effects, and then but the effects were there from the beginning. I was expecting to see a tiny bit of Godzilla. Oh really? Oh, you'll like this then, because I'm putting some facts in as well in my little video. I've nearly finished it now. Actually, I've just got to put some music to it. Where's Tasha? I don't think she'll be on tonight, to be honest with you. I know she's got stuff on, so I don't think she'll be in tonight, but you never know. Hello, Mick E. Hello, Mickey. You okay? It's all about Godzilla. My ex took me to see Titanic. Ah. Oh, there you are. There's Tasha. I didn't think you'd be in. There she is. Had to make sure it was the right one then, because in case we had a fakery in. Right, 30 likes, 37, 38 watching. So anyway, it was good, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but many people will already know this because I knew this already. Good films in the 90s. They were good, Tom, but there was always lagging something. I hated Titanic, sorry. I detest that woman, that Celine Dion bird. I couldn't watch it because of her. I saw Alien Resurrection when it was new. Yeah, the films of to be honest with you, a few years ago they were banging the films out that much. They were a pile of shit. This is good, and I like the last Godzilla as well. But this one, it was cool. It was cool, and I hate monkeys, as you know. And I know he's an ape, but he's still a monkey to me. I fucking hate monkeys. I detest them. And it's funny that Sir Camley said that to me as well. I don't know whether you listen, Sir Camley, but you said about your monkeys. I'm with you, bud. I hate monkeys, but even I could tolerate this big King Kong thing. When he was getting shot at a little bit at certain parts, then I was okay. I don't act mine. It was 97 because I watched it on my 17th birthday. But many people say 98. I don't know why. Whether they got it wrong when they put it out. Hello, 95% air. So we've also got Happy Easter and we've got Happy Birthday to iBoggit. Hello, Nelly. What's the crap with Ash? Does he truly believe he's written? Oh, it's not on tonight, mate. I'm really sorry. I hate the hairless ones. I hate all of them. No, at least the hairless ones haven't got fleas, have they? Oh, I'm not scared of the gorilla suits. I just can't stand them. They're going to take over the world. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's water in now. Yeah, so it's happy birthday to Mr. Bog. Can we call you that? You're the one that got offended when I make everybody a moderator that time, aren't you? We had to do it the other day as well. We got rid of them all again though. So Nelly, Ash, should we leave it up to the audience to decide whether Ash believes that he is an alien or whether he's just being silly? What do you think? What are we thinking? Bog. I'm going to call you Bog. All right, Bog. No, that isn't going to roll off. He pretended to be a romantic, hitting me all night. Buying, hitting me at night. So he hit you and then he bought you some chocolates. Is that what you're saying? Oh yeah, the Wizard of Oz. And what about the Planet of the Apes? They're taking over the world. What did Stephen say? My friend dated a monk. Are you being serious, Steve? Steve, would you like to come? Ash, well, I had a message off him last night, and I should have put this out yesterday or this morning. Well, it was this morning, but I'm a bit crap, as you know. And he said he's flying to Miami or something, so he must be coming from Miami. No, from Mars to Miami. Oh, okay. Steve's joking. I was going to say, come and tell me your story. I'm sure we all noticed you weren't there, Tasha. I noticed you weren't there, but I didn't think you'd be here because of what's going on, so I just didn't say anything. I think it's a double bluff with Ash. He's a reptilian pretending to be human. Yeah, Helena, you could be onto something there. Pick up more coke. Yeah, so he's going to, I think it's, he put Mammy. I don't know if he means his mam. I think he meant Miami, flying to Miami. I have no idea. I've never heard of him before you put up your update. Oh, okay. Have you not seen him before? He has been on. We did the big interview, the first one, and then we had to... Hello, Len. And then we... the second time he came on, because I had music on, they blocked the stream. Fuckers. Hello, Tommy. Tommy, are you disputing where Ash lives? Ash is open to the Earth being stationary, but we have to trust our friend Ash that he is flying around on a big spinning ball that's very hot. And he's seen... No, you would have thought it was the States first, wouldn't you, Stephen? He would have seen that golf buggy. Have you not seen him? Have Have you not seen him, Tom? No? Right, so. Well, it looks hot. It's got a big red ball. Yeah, he'll be on next week. Yeah, so the second one got, we had to get rid of it because it got blocked because of the music. Right, okay, he will be back next week. He does every 2 Sundays, every other Sunday. He was due to be on. I don't know, Tommy. Tommy, you're getting a bit too serious now. Because, well, I don't know. No, Tommy, you're ruining, mate. You're ruining it. You're ruining the fun, mate. It's just a bit of fun. But we know he's a real reptilian. His tail does grow back if you cut it off. But if you do try and cut it off, he will eat you. Just letting you know. Yeah, hello, Pebble Dash. I hate your name, but I just can't call you anything else. What was chocolate? Yeah, the thing is, don't reptiles have eggs? Don't they lay eggs anyway? So maybe, Tommy, it's the time of, hello, Groveland girl. Maybe it's the time of year that he lays his eggs. Or do the boys lay eggs? Are they asexual? I don't know. We'd have to look into that, wouldn't we? Did anybody... So, I'm not going to ruin the Godzilla film, but... Oh, yes, it is. She's on about the chocolate bar, Tommy. I'm not going to ruin... Hello, Sasquatch. You had your video removed. Are you on a strike? Was that a strike or was that a warning? Hello, Craig. How you doing, mate? Is it your operation? There you go. Minus 143. Have you got a stripe? No way. That's bad. What's a Pebble Dash? It's a poo-poo. 2 strikes. I'm on that on my other channel. I've been on 2 strikes 3 times now. And I've got away with it. But I'm on 2 strikes on Penny Bunny. This is on 1. But the reasons, I've never had one. I've never had one for a live stream. They're always old stuff that has got nothing to do with anything. They're just the most ridiculous things. Groveland girl is in the house. A Pebble Dash is, when you've got the poo-poos and you have a tummy ache. No, it was good, Hattie Bakes. Oh, I love movies like that. Hello, Manjeep. I would have gone to the cinema, but I had to pay 16 quid to rent it. And it's not even that expensive at the cinema for me, because I get it free. There were 2 dinosaurs on Noah's Ark. Oh, really? No, not posting for 90 days. Well, I'm just putting animal stuff on my other channel. Yeah, so when you've got a bad tummy ache, for the Americans that don't know what a Pebble Dashing is, when you've got a tummy ache and you have the poo-poos, Arizona. Yeah, they're better now. I would love to know how moist Mars is. We will be asking these questions when he comes back. So, when you have a tummy ache and you go to the loo, 25.4. It's rather bright, that light, isn't it? I'll try and... Hello, Bubba. So, anyway, look, listen, guys, right? I don't want to get into a space is fake thing, all right? It's a bit of fun, okay? I am not saying that Mars is real or is not real, but let's just all calm down and stop worrying about Mars, okay? Ash isn't even here tonight. Oh, it's the temperature, darling. Centigrade, 25.4. Oh, bloody hell, you lot. Honestly, can't get the staff. Right. I do love Ash's voice. He paid £500 for that voice change, Anyway, not that he's not from Mars and he hasn't got that voice anyway. Right, okay. So, just to let you guys know with the Godzilla film, because I'm going to forget it, they do have Hollow Earth. Okay? So, Bailey, yeah, centigrade, darling. So Bailey, we were talking about this today. Have you seen Godzilla? It's Hollow Earth, and I truly believe in Hollow Earth. I don't know about you, Tommy, but I believe that there is a correlation between the two, because just because it's stationary, yeah, you could be clearing your tongue. So you know when you splatter the toilet, too much information. That's a pebble dash. He's very creative. Who, Ash or the? Yes, but I still don't like saying flat, because to me it's not flat. You say flat and you think of it as like a pancake, and it's not a pancake. It just means it's not a sphere, you know. Oh, I can hear naughty bunnies. Hollow Earth is legit though. Yeah, it is. No one's reaction. It'd be nice if Ash popped in just to say hello, but he won't because he's on his way. Sorry, Earth can be flat, hollow and Mars. Barney! Hang on. We've got a Barney problem. Well, I don't believe we're on a spinning ball, put it that way. Right, hold on, guys. Religion beggars are the church. Yeah, I think all churches, everything. I think all churches, etc., etc., have been gotten, and we should be not giving to churches. We don't need to go to church to talk to God, in my opinion. Let's chat sometime. Definitely. Right, hold on. I will be back, folks. Barney. Barney. Come on. What's the matter? Barney. Barney, what's wrong? You can say hello. Come on then. Hello people, we got 44 watching. Not bad considering no notification went out. Only 37 likes. Right, so let's all forget about the shape of the earth because I mentioned the movie, okay? So even before I started talking about the Hollow Earth, Ash has gone to see, apparently he's gone to see his family. Oh God, look, can we not do a flat earth thing because it's, you're quiet. Oh gosh, I've got to put my earphones in. Sorry. Sorry everybody. Forgot to put it back in. I am back. Okay. I'm betting Ash the alien. I wish he did. Does that mean he's not on my... I think he's... Well, I don't know because he said he's going to fly somewhere. Gone to see his family. They must have let him off. Thank you for reminding me, guys. Let's chat about pole shift. I don't know anything about the pole shift, but I don't believe in it. I personally don't believe in it. I really don't. Right then. Snoopy's here. It's a sphere. I don't believe it is. If you research it to the hilt, there's no one that's ever fully researched that and has come to that conclusion. If you just listen to what you're told at school, you will believe that. Okay, that's all I'm going to say, is that it's not that. We know they lie. Look at what they're doing right now. Do you believe the government now? Do you believe the controllers? I don't. Right, Snoopy's here. iBoggy, are you still here? Doctrination. Look up the YouTube channel. Really? I was going to ask you this. Nung asked me to recommend a Hollow Earth channel. Are we still there? I'm very congested, by the way. I am taking decongestants. It's a bit windy here. Has anybody else got a bit of wind tonight? A bit windy, isn't it, Snoops? Are you going to sing happy birthday? You can do. Yeah, because I'll subscribe from my phone. Yeah. Fires are breaking out in California. Oh, really? Wow. Right, Snoop Dogg's here. Oh. Yeah, you can do. Americans aren't blue here. I might have a bit of wind. Oh, thank you. Let me just sub to this channel. Right, okay. Come back. Okay. Right. If you want to click to that link, no, we don't. Right, are you in the bad mood? He is in a bad mood. I can try and get him to sing happy birthday to Bubba. Did you hear that? All right, Tasha. Speak to you later. Snoot's upside your head. He is. Hello, Dawn Morning. Were you here before? Get mixed up with all you Dawns. No, you wasn't. Happy Easter. We've got Delta Dawn, Dawn Morning, and what's the other Dawn? Dearest Dawn. I get mixed up with all you Dawns. Oh, I don't know. Apparently, him and Alex Belfield had a bit of a ding dong because Alex Belfield brought it up tonight. I missed a bit of it though. But anyway, I'm going to put the link up if anybody wants to come up. I'm going to try and get Snoopy to sing first. Okay, you ready? Let me know, Marty gets on, Tasha, please. Come here. No. Go. We're going to sing happy birthday, yeah? Hello, Axel. Are you Christian? Not really, mate. Right, he doesn't like doing it on camera. Will you do it off camera? They could just sing into that microphone. Sing into the microphone. Go. And it's happy birthday. Go. Did anyone hear that? Right, okay, Tasha, I'll message you back in a bit. I haven't read your message yet. Let me know, Marty's though, yeah? Yeah, he is annoying, Sarah. Did anyone hear that? Did you like that? Yeah? He's good, isn't he? He doesn't like doing it on camera though. He does get a bit nervous. And it's Sunday night, so he does worry about Ash. Because he doesn't like Ash. He's terrified. Ash wants to eat him. Do you reckon Snoopy could get onto America's Got... Not America's Got Talent. Britain's Got Talent. Alex Belland. Yeah. Oi. He is, isn't he? Has that made your birthday, Boggy? What do you call their burbling? It's singing. It's squeaking. You see, yeah. I call him Alex Belland, but he did buy Jack a game. He was very good to Jack. He spoke to my son on the phone. So, thank you, Sarah. They enjoyed that, Snoops. Right, do you think he deserves... What does he deserve now? Should we get you some treaties? No, what's wrong? He said he's tired. He said I woke him up. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. What's the matter? You're tired. He's tired. Right, I'm just going to go and put him in. Hold on. Do you want to go? Do you want to go in for a bit? Or do you want to go and have a wee and then come back? Go and have a wee, and then I'll get you back. Okay? How's that? Right then. Thank you, Bridget. Right, we'll put the link in. I don't want a big long night debating stuff. It's 1:45 in the morning, so it's just light-hearted now, okay? Thank you, Delta Dawn. What did he do to Brian Harvey? And he said he was going to ring him up. To be honest with you, though, I'm behind Brian Harvey 1,000,000,000,000%. But the way he goes about it, and Alex is by the book, he does. He's going to be scared to get involved, isn't he? Goodbye, Sasquatch. What can I call you? I call you Hottie. It's a bank holiday, yeah. Monday's a bank holiday. Do you mean the Sunday or the Monday? The Monday. It makes a success. Yeah, you know what's really pissing me off about that guy? The fact that every single video, no matter what it's about, it ends up being about him. It doesn't matter what it's about. You watch all his videos, he always gets onto the thing with he's been raided 3 times and he's been arrested 5 times. I think we all know that now. And yeah, he's admitted it. He's an entertainer. So, but a lot of it's getting rehearsed now. He's repeating himself a lot and he's saying the same lines. And to me, if you're a natural entertainer, then you shouldn't need to practice anything. It should just come. Where's Ralphie? Ralphie's not here, is he? Oh, yeah. I seen something. Yeah, and I think, yeah, he doesn't want to be associated. Because the thing is, the way Brian Harvey's going about it. But you know what? I'm impressed with Brian lately. He's been a bit all over the place. And if you're new to Brian Harvey, yes, it is my club. If you're new to Brian Harvey, then you're going to start to think, what's he on about? But the last couple of days, he is. Now, what pissed me off was when he first asked for donations to sue the BBC. It was last summer, and I gave a £5. And he said, everybody, he only had like 30,000 subs. He went, I'm going to give it to everybody else. Maybe, Bubba. He is, and he's definitely getting his head straight, and he's been explaining things a lot better. Because a lot of people are coming to me and saying, what the hell is Brian Harvey on about? And it took me a long time to understand it all. To decipher. He needs to be clear and put videos out explaining it from the bottom up. Oh yeah, he's awesome. I tell him all the time. But yeah, Alex Bellend did block me last year and I was very angry and upset. But he did unblock me while I was on the phone to him privately. When I called up his show at the end, he left me on the phone and I rang up about home education and how our children should be home educated, and if they are, they get left behind. And he actually gave me £40 to buy Jack a game. And I did buy him a game that night. So Jack's made him a little video. Set up to frame Prince Andrew. Oh, I know. Hang on a minute. Let's get Snoop Dogg back. Snoopy, no. Don't come here. No, listen. Right. Now then. I've just let you... You know Brian Harvey from E17, Sarah. Everybody in the house of love. Right, you know Brian Harvey. Stay another day. I can't sing. 33. I know we had 40. We had nearly 50 at one point, and then they all just dispersed when they realised Ash wasn't coming on, and that you were only getting me. So anyway, sorry people, you've not got Ash. I know you would rather see Ash than me. Yeah, E17. The first album was called Walthamstow, and the leader was sort of Tony Mortimer, but even though Brian was the singer. Matman is on with Code. Yeah, I see Matman went live just after I put my set my live up. Yeah, I knew what you meant. So we have 34 in chat. Do we have any knobheads? No knobheads yet. So we have 39 likes. Now, I put a video out yesterday. Was it yesterday or today about Miffy? So I'm not sure whether any of you have seen that, but Miffy, there's an update video gone out. We had some results back, and Miffy, my white bunny, has got MRSA in her leg. Now, do you remember the hospital superbug? Whatever happened to it? We don't hear about it anymore, do we? My bunny's got it and it's eaten her leg. It's actually gone into the bone up her leg. So she's very, very poorly at the moment, and we're not sure whether she'll survive. Yes, the penny's dropped. Hello, Paul. Where have you been? I love the bunny channel. It's so spontaneous. You never know what's going to happen or what's going to be said. You mean this one or my other one, darling? Yeah, has got a head. Oh my God, I can't look at her. That light's really bright coming off that aquarium. I'm trying to... Is it hurting your eyes, guy? Oh, you little shit. Is it hurting your eyes? Does nobody want to come up? No, we're not doing Flat Earth tonight, please. No, you shouldn't have said that, mate, because they'll start talking about it now. Paul, have you seen the new film? The new Godzilla film? Do you remember the 1997 one with that man? Oh, thanks, Bridget. We do like to keep it a little bit spontaneous. I know. MRS, is it MRSA? MR. You put MSRA. It's MRSA, isn't it? Yeah. Looking well. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Paul. I can't really see you very well, but I'm sure you were looking rather dapper today on an Easter Sunday / Monday. Did you remember that I love their Christmas song? I had that in a hit and run. Yeah, she's on the right antibiotics now, but she's been on different ones and they were hurting her tummy. But it's stopped being horrible. It's gone up her leg. It's gone halfway up her leg into the bone. If anybody, they're all rescue animals. So if the super chat button is there to buy a coffee, it's £3, and it is to support this. So the vet, all of her vet insurance has gone up. We have to get the rest of the excess, which is £100. And we have rescue animals. So if anybody wants to donate us to help us, every little penny counts. So all it goes to hay, food, vet bills for the ones that aren't insured because they're too old. We've got 10-year-old rabbits. We've got 9 altogether, and we've rescued them. It's been 20 years now. What's my t-shirt? It's just a boring one today, mate. It's just a Superdry premium one. Nothing exciting, I'm afraid. I didn't have time to put anything exciting on, but I've just ordered one Synth Cliff and Bridget Blaine, my UNN family members. I've just ordered one from UNN, you know, with the lockdown thing on. Ordered one of them. So, yeah. How long can rabbits live? They can live... Well, I've got 10-year-olds. They can... I know, it's really upsetting me. That Miffy's going to be 7 soon. Anything from 8 to sort of 10, they can live till 12. It depends on how well they're cared for. You know, they can go on. I've known them live till 14, but 10 is a very good age. Barney's about 70, but Miffy's only 6, coming up to 7. Well, they can do, Paul. Barney's going to be 10 soon and he's still going. Touch wood. He's doing really well. So, but yeah. Yeah, I will get some. But we're doing all the right things at the moment. So, but it's in the bone. So they're all rescue animals, and they will end up. Thank you, Simp. They would have ended up as dog food basically. So. We took them on ourselves, and we pay for it all ourselves, and it's getting difficult with our health. Yes, Bridget, she is. Yeah, she is. So there's a link in chat. You don't have to donate, but if you want to, you know the way you super chat on people's channels, people do a super chat. We're not monetized here, so we just do it that way. So if anyone wants to help out, you can if you want to. We also do t-shirts and stuff as well. I'm going to get some more t-shirts done. But there's t-shirts with Miffy on, there's t-shirts with Snoopy Poops on. And all the proceeds, which is only about £2 a t-shirt, goes to the rescue fund. So it all helps out. But if people come to me now, I can't take on anymore. We can't do it. We've had to spend over £1,000 to get the last shed done. It's like more like a little log cabin for them. And that's full now. There's 5 in there, 6. We just can't do it anymore. Because we need to give them the right space. They need at least 7-foot hutch with lots of room and stuff. Oh really? Well, guinea pigs can live anything between 5 and 8. They're not like a 2-year thing like the hamsters. Yeah, it's brilliant, Tom. Honestly, I was blown away by it. It was really good. And I was quite surprised because I don't like monkeys, as I say. So usually I like it when King Kong gets attacked by the... he's a goodie overall. They did really push King Kong as the goodie in this. And a lot of it was about Godzilla being the baddie. Do you remember the Japanese man in the 97 movie? Do you remember when he said it? Godzilla. Well, that's just stuck in my head. Yeah, it's $15.99 to rent. If you're going to rent it, do it from Amazon because you get 48 hours to watch it from when you first start watching it. So if you only watch half a film and then you fall asleep, thank you, Bridget. Then at least I heard there is a winner. Is it true? What of, mate? Who's winning? Oh, no. No, and I guessed how it was going to go, sort of. Hello, Dr. David Ball. How are you doing? Yes, Bridget. Yeah. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you. She doesn't like the antibiotics. We had some different ones and they gave her a really bad tummy. Poor little thing. She had diarrhea everywhere. Not getting much sleep with it because she's got both of her feet have got socks on. We have to keep buying socks every day. Pure cotton baby socks because once they go on, the nastiness that comes off is just horrendous. Hello, Jagzilla.
Whoops. Hi.
Hello, Jack. Hello, how you doing, mate? Are you okay?
Yeah, just a second here. I got a bit of a technical issue I forgot about.
Okay, just mute your thing.
Yeah, that's the issue.
I've muted you because you're hurting me ear. Just turn the volume down a bit. It was hurting me ear, mate. Sorry. I've muted you. When you want to come back, I'm sure you can do it yourself, can't you? When is the medium on? Right, it should have been Ash tonight, Dr. David Bull. Yes, Jack's here. Jack would love to talk to you. Jack, have you deleted your WhatsApp because you're not coming up? Ash has had to go and visit family for Easter, so maybe it's their egg-laying time, being a reptilian. But the medium will be on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. She isn't just a medium either. What we're going to do... So I'm like... Oh, Drew. Oh, wow. We're okay, Jack. We want you to come up. Are you going to come up and say hello? How's your mum? I'm probably going to share my screen in a minute when I move Snoopy. And we're going to have a little look at the medium's Facebook group. I know, I'm mine. We've had to mute him. He's back now. Hello, are you back?
I am, yes. I apologize for that. I forgot to plug in the headphones and it was going through the laptop microphone, and I had no control over muting that.
I hate that
easily.
Yeah.
So
that's why I did it for you. A bit quiet, was it? Just I've turned
Yeah.
it down.
Thank you.
Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, it was a technical error. These things do happen. I saw Facebook took over it, so got rid of it. Oh, they bought that years ago, though. It's still encrypted and they have to keep it separate. Oh, Jack, please come back. I can't talk to you anymore now. It's making me sad. Okay, please come back to WhatsApp, though. Honestly, it's still encrypted. It was. They put it out because if ever it happens again when the FBI need to summon them to get some details from a jihadi, for example, they needed to change the terms and conditions for that, but they're still not going to be listening to regular folk. And so, yeah, a lot of people think it's just happened. It hasn't. It happened 3 years ago, maybe longer. Because I used to have WhatsApp back in 2011 when I first met Al. So we used to pay for it then. It was 69 pence a year. And I was very happy to pay that. Yeah, I heard about it, Dr. David Bull. Have we got any updates on that? Viber. I'm staying with WhatsApp. I'm sorry, I can't be dealing. I'm on Telegram as well. I was drawing a lady's face, was bored. Oh wow, well, can we see that? I'll re-download it. Yay! Yeah, a lot of people are panicking because they think this has just happened, but honestly it hasn't, bud. That's better. I'm not eating the bloody screen. I'm going to go and get some strawberry laces in a moment and have a wee because I've not eaten. Would you like to talk to the crowd or would you like to just sit there quietly? Do you like talking to the crowd, Jagzilla?
Well, yeah, sure. I don't mind talking to people. What would you like me to talk about?
Have you
It's your
seen the new?
stream, so.
Have you seen the new
No,
Godzilla?
no, I haven't. I'm a bit
Okay.
burned out on movies. You know, the last one was pretty crappy, so I'm in no rush to go see this one.
This was good.
Was it? Okay. Better than the last one, Ro. You sure
Yeah,
that?
because it had King Kong in it as well. And we had Flat Earth, not Flat Earth, Hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth, yes.
It was really good. Well, I liked it.
Well, I guess the one in the last movie that bothered me is when they nuked Atlantis to wake up Jagzilla. It just seemed like a
Yeah, that was bizarre.
kind of weird.
No, they didn't nuke anything. They didn't
In
nuke
this movie?
anything.
Okay, that's good.
No. There was I don't want to reveal it, but there was a skull
It's
of
okay. Spoil it.
no, because everybody else in chat. The original Titan Zero, the original. They had his skull. I don't know what he was called. I don't know when that happened. Thank you for whoever did that, the moderator then. Right, so moderators, can you just please do me a big favour? And if you see anyone writes the C word, nobody write the C word, please, because it's bringing in the Google mods, and that's what brought them in. I have Fizzy Cola and Moams. Oh, I'm very jealous.
Well, if I may just interject here, I'm assuming this would be okay to say, and that is SARS, which is really what it is. They just had to come up with another name for it because they didn't want to scare everybody into thinking what it really is, which is SARS.
Well, SARS didn't scare us, though.
Well, that's because it didn't sweep around the planet. It stayed in China.
I don't want to get
Which
into this.
This should have stayed in China too, but
No,
well,
can we not talk about it?
okay.
Don't talk about it. I've got lots to say on that, but I just don't want to talk about it because
Well,
as soon
I was
as
going
we start,
to put a recommend in the chat, and that is to tell everybody that's here now to go subscribe to your backup channel.
Oh, thank you. But
Right.
hello, Nadia. But what
And I
I'm
might
saying
suggest you go create another channel and start getting people to join that one too.
Well,
If
I've
you can
already
stay
got
enough channels
3.
ahead of these people, what are they going to do then, right?
And I've got 3. I've got 3.
Oh, I don't. How many can you have? Are you limited?
No, you just make up a new email.
There you go.
I've also got
So-
a 4th one because my little boy. To be honest with you, I will make a Curious Bunny 2. But thank you.
I mean, this is taking a play out of that the spammer or the guy that was harassing you, right? He created all these accounts, so it worked for him. Why wouldn't it work for us?
Yeah, well, I've already done it. Like, this channel is my 2nd channel. This is over a year old now. I wasn't expecting this to get any bigger than about 100 subs.
Well, just
So
a tip out there, just create a Gmail account and you automatically are able to log into YouTube then.
yeah, that's
So,
what I do. That's
go
what
out
I've
and create
done.
as many Gmail accounts as you can. I mean, and not just you, but I'm suggesting to all the people out there to do this.
Yeah. Right, I'm just going to pop to the loo and get.
All right.
I
And
know
what would you like me
Snoop
to talk
Dogg.
about?
What? Just don't talk about anything to do with China, or these thing, or the
Can
jibby
I can
jab.
now hold it? Can I do my Trump impersonation of China?
Yes. Would you consider doing that? I have got a D Live channel synth, but I've never used it. It's a lot of hassle. You have to set up an OBS and everything. I don't know how you do it. What's your third channel? I'll drop it before I go. Hold on. 41 likes. I was going to say we get to 50 and we sing.
And are there any thumbs down? Right now I can't see the screen.
No, we haven't got any
Wow.
yet.
It looks like you
No.
finally lost him. Or
Oh,
you got
he
burned
wasn't.
out.
He wasn't there last time. I usually get a few.
He found
Are
somebody
you-
new to harass.
Well, I usually get a few dislikes anyway. He wasn't here last time either.
Well, yeah. I mean, people are
Because-
entitled to their opinion, but I mean, when you see the ratio is like 50-50, something's up.
Yeah, definitely. Right, that's my spare one. Helena, you're here. There's a few moderators. Right, okay, I'm gonna take this with me. Do you want to? Can someone drop? Have you even got any content? Have you, bud? Jagzilla.
Oh, well, I'm afraid because you don't want me to talk about this, don't want to talk about that. You got to give me a laundry list here before I can open my mouth.
Well, it's not me. It's
No, I know it's not you. but
YouTube.
This is why I'm suggesting,
Yeah.
more channels because you can't let yourself be hemmed in this way. You know what I'm saying? If you got to start all over again with another channel, so be it. But
No, the thing is, I've been through all this before. I've been on 2 strikes on this channel. I've been on 2. I've already got 3, and I'm on a warning on one. I'm on 2 strikes on my other one and a strike on this one. So I'm not going to keep making more. I'll make one other channel, but the point is that this channel's over a year old. I've worked hard on this channel. My other channel is 10-year-old. It had over 500, 600 videos. So we're going to have to play their game, and their game means we don't talk about that stuff. But I don't want to talk about it anyway. I don't want to talk about
well,
it.
it's Easter Sunday. Maybe we should talk about religion
No.
or about God.
No.
Never mind religion, because I agree with you. You said earlier in the stream that you felt that organized religion's been hijacked, and I agree with you 100%.
No, I don't want to talk about religion. I don't want to talk about that. I just want to just have a chilled out chat, chinwag. If anyone's got any UFO stories, anyone wants to come up and tell us about any abduction or stuff like that, UFO, you're welcome to. Or if anyone's seen Bigfoot. Oh yeah, Tommy, if you're listening, bud, I will email that lady. So Tommy has put me in touch with, hello Richard. Tommy has put me in touch with a Bigfoot expert. She's been studying them for many years, so apparently she would love to come on and be interviewed. So we're going to be getting a Bigfoot lady on as well. That'll be good. Yeah, just talk. Yeah, you need to learn the code, Jagzilla. But I just don't want you talking about it. Full stop. I can't be dealing. If you start talking about it, I'll pull the stream. Basically,
Oh,
I'll
start
pull the
talking
whole
about what
thing.
though?
You know, the obvious, the stuff that's happening right now. Because people keep saying, oh, it's all right. It's not all right. I've had 8 strikes in 5 months. And that is because people in chat keep on talking about stuff. And then the Google moderators come in. They censor me in my own channel. Google moderators are the proper, the people. They're not algorithms. They were in my chat a few weeks ago, and people were winding them up writing COVID and stuff. And then guess what? I got a strike. Hello, Robin. So I've been there and done that. So if
Well,
anybody
no, you don't
wants
have to tell me. I mean, I got an entire dictionary full of words I can't even say in chat because
well, we
I've
just
been
we
banned.
just use
Maybe I
code.
can say some of those words.
Well, but then I don't want to talk
No, I
about
don't
that
want to
though.
get. You'll definitely get you a strike then. Apparently, I mean,
The thing is that I just don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about religion. I don't want to talk about sea. We'll talk about aliens and stuff like that. As I say, it's usually Ash night. It will be
unfortunately,
Ash.
Penny, I didn't bother to tell you that I think all those things are psyops. In fact, I quote the CIA: "When everything America believes is false, our job is done."
Yeah, I know. I know they are, but we're allowed to talk about them when they're interesting. So we talk
Well,
about
they're
them.
they're distracting, you mean, and that's why they want you talking about them. It's a distraction.
Yeah, but we're
Maybe I could
allowed to
talk about
talk
that.
about them. No, we
No, I
can't.
can't talk about that either. Well, I tell you what, Petty, maybe I should go because I don't have anything to talk about.
Well, YouTube is American. It's becoming like China. It is. It
Well,
is. You're
actually,
right.
I'm pretty sure that you talk about people that are doing this, and that's where they're at. I've determined that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that this
The
this
moderators
isn't
are in
about that.
China.
Yeah, but this tonight, I don't want to talk about all that crap. I haven't got the brain power to keep on using
Well, it's
code.
Easter, and you didn't want me talking about that. So, and that's 1,500 years old.
Well, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's that I don't want to talk about religion. It's boring. I don't want to talk about religion. We're just having a chill.
Well, how about spirituality? Is that boring?
No. It, I don't want to talk about spirituality. I want to talk about aliens and stuff like that. Whether it's a psyop or whether it's not a psyop, it's still something that's interesting and what people like. And I do believe there's aliens, but I don't believe they come from outer space.
I would say I'm 100% certain they're aliens. They just haven't come here to Earth. They're somewhere out there in the universe.
I think they're already here.
Well, then they're not aliens, though, because if they're already here or they were indigenous, then they're not aliens.
No,
Maybe
no, I don't
saurians
think
would
that.
be a better term
Right,
for
I'm
them.
just going to the loo. So just
Okay.
talk about don't know. You don't have to. If you don't want to talk, don't talk. Or talk about people asking where you live and what your job is and stuff. You know, just general chit chat. Will you answer those questions or do you not want to
Well,
say?
I don't want to give too much personal information, but I don't mind talking about what
Have you got any
I
pets?
do. Yes, I just put her outside. She had to go pee-pee.
Well, people love talking about animals. You see, if Ash was on, we'd be talking about conspiracy news. So what I was going to do, I know Nadia, what I was going to do is get a bit of conspiracy news up and talk about that. So I might do that when I get back. Penny researched the
How about the economy? Can I talk about that?
I don't want to talk about that. I just don't want to talk about it.
All the endless money printing they're doing? No.
No. It's just not. It's not what this channel's about.
Well, I would say that at least the part that people need to be concerned about, right? How is this going to affect their lives? I know it's a bit serious, but
Yeah, I don't
I
want to
think
do
we're seeing
that. Right.
another.
I'm going to go to the toilet. Right.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to talk about religion. I don't want to talk about the economy. Everyone just talk amongst yourselves. Hello, Anunnaki the One. How you doing? It's been a while, mate. Right, I'm just going to the loo. Just talk about your pets and stuff. You know, people like talk about the pyramids. That's interesting. Talk about
Now, see there again, you get me on another side. Okay, we'll talk about the pyramids. How's that sound? Sure. You may not like what I have to say, but
what is it then?
well, what were the pyramids? The pyramids were a giant public works project, right? This is they had to get everybody interested in doing something to keep their noses to the grindstone. That's what the pyramids were. A big distraction for the populace. And it seemed to work quite well. Look at how long they got people building those things out in the middle of the desert.
But that's your theory. You weren't there. So other people have got other theories. I don't.
They do, but my theory sounds more logical and sound, I think.
Yeah, so you give your theory. We saw Egypt parading. Yeah, I seen that, Tom. What was that about? He doesn't believe. No. This is what I mean.
One thing I'll say about the pyramids is the construction. This is why I think they're covering up, why all these ideas of it being power plants and whatnot, because they're just trying to, and the aliens created them. They don't want us to know that we were a lot smarter back then, and that we must be pretty dumb now because we apparently can't figure out how they did it.
Yeah, I do. I did say that the other day. Didn't know that we've been dumbed down. Right. Okay. People are asking questions. Can you see chat?
I cannot.
Right.
I was just looking at it, but now I've gone to the other room. I'm sorry. I've got to kind of multitask.
It's okay. I need to go to the loo. So.
Okay. Yes. Go to the bathroom.
I'll be back in a sec. So
okay.
you could ask people, get your questions ready. for what you think Jagzilla thinks about the pyramids, and maybe when I come back, somebody else could come up. But I don't want to make this a serious thing.
Well, I'll just rant a little about the construction of them, because that's fascinating, and whatever your perspective may be as to how they came about, I think
How
that's something
how the
everybody
hell
should
did they
focus
do
on.
it is interesting. But I
Exactly,
think they had
right.
the technology then anyway. We're both on the same page on that one. Right, see you in a bit, folks.
Okay. So yes, the pyramids. Let me just ramble on here for a minute, folks. If you look at some of the construction, the quality of the craftsmanship, the straightness of the lines, it's just incredible. They were able to do this way back then, and I can understand why people might think there's some sort of alien technology potentially behind this. But from my analysis, it looks like they were just pretty darn smart, and there may actually have been a arrested development is essentially what we're talking about here, because you see Baghdad batteries and Antikythera clocks being dug up here, and there's no doubt that people had a much better grasp of science and technology than they're letting on. I mean, they'd like us to believe that we're a bunch of primitive savages back then, but it's quite obvious that, I mean, the Antikythera clock is extremely complicated as far as a mechanism. The Babbage difference engine back in the late 1800s was seen as the first computer, or the father of computers, and all it could do is add, subtract, multiply, and divide. But the Antikythera mechanism could calculate out planetary movements and eclipses. I mean, the mathematical calculations needed to do that, 1,000 years from now, for example, to tell you what day is there going to be a lunar eclipse, is just phenomenal. I mean, the complexity of those calculations that need to be made, just doing it by hand, let's assume, you had all the math there available to do it, would be a real major pain. But to construct a mechanism with gears that would be capable of doing this, I mean, the ultimate analog computer, without a doubt. And so, the pyramids, we see, again, this ability to perform very complex mathematical equations. I mean, think of the precision that they were able to maintain on such a large structure. And even down on a very fine level, the stone that they're cutting is extremely hard. We're talking about granite, and to be able to cut granite and polish granite to that kind of precision is just incredible. I mean, whether or not it was alien technology or not, it was quite an accomplishment, no doubt about it. Quite a feat. And, in looking into some of the DNA, for example, of Tutankhamun, right? This is a very famous king, right? That was dug up, very famous pharaoh, the boy pharaoh. And it turns out, well, what do you know? Penny is probably more closely related to Tutankhamun than the people that are currently in Egypt right now. I mean, what does that say, folks, right? That seems rather curious, that the DNA of the people that are currently in Egypt doesn't seem to match the DNA of the pharaohs that were there just a few thousand years ago, right? We're talking about that 3,000 years ago, maybe here. So, and that's very odd indeed. You kind of wonder where those pharaohs went, right, after they left Egypt. Looks like they might have headed north to me. Or maybe they came from the north and went south. We don't know. But there's no doubt the whole science of Egyptology is really incredible. Some of the things that they did. I know people have pointed to some of the drawings. For example, there are carvings in rock there that would appear almost to be modern things like aircraft and helicopters. One of them, I think, even looks like a Apache helicopter from its shape. But again, from my research, this is not my opinion, folks. I can only go. I'm the type of person. I'm very analytical. People were asking, "What do I do?" Well, I'm a computer programmer, network administrator by trade. So I pretty much think like a computer. This is how I've trained myself. I've done it for 40 years. I've been pounding on a keyboard. So I've become very machine-like in my thought process. And again, from my research, I can only come to the conclusion of what the research is showing, and it's hard to dig up any kind of information, obviously, on this. What do we have? We've got ancient aliens, right? Again, they're kind of skewing the narrative when you do even get some information about it. So it's not easy. You need to really dig down, I think, when you talk about any subject. For example, with Bigfoot, you look at some of the tracks, the casts that they supposedly have of Bigfoot. You really think that a 12-foot tall, 800-pound creature is only going to leave a inch-deep footprint? I mean, you go look at the casts yourself, and go look at some casts of grizzly bears and other large terrestrial mammals, and look and see how deep those casts go down into the ground. And these are things on 4 legs, so the weight is distributed. You're talking about 50% less weight ultimately on 2 of the legs, right? Because it's got 4 legs. So they would tend to leave even a more shallow footprint than something that was 800 pounds and walking on 2 legs. And what I'm really trying to do here, folks, is try to encourage you to just, do your own research. Don't let anybody tell you how things are. You got to look into it yourself. This is how I figured out what I figured out. And I can tell you right now, what I figured out is pretty incredible. It makes all this alien Bigfoot talk pretty small time as far as the the amazing, I guess, what are we going to call here? The amazing dynamics. I don't want to say too much, right? We're trying to talk on code here. I won't piss Benny off by making any more references to this, but suffice to say that I really feel that, a lot of these things that are out there are a distraction. I mean, if you dig enough rabbit holes, people will infinitely be going down rabbit holes, right? And they'll never find the real hole that truly leads to the truth of what our world is really about, and who really runs it. So, keep that in mind, and I encourage everybody to keep an open mind. I mean, I'm not trying to say there's no possibility whatsoever of aliens. No, I would never do that. But, the probability is low in my opinion. And as I was saying to Penny, she was talking about them being potentially here, right? They didn't come from outer space. Well, the dinosaurs were around for 100 million years. You don't think they evolved into something that was intelligent when we did it in just a few million? How is it that apes could evolve into something intelligent in just a few million if dinosaurs didn't do it in 100 million? Now, I know you're probably going to get into the, well, what if we're not descended from apes thing? Yeah, well, I mean, there were dinosaurs, certainly, and they were around for a long time. And we're being pushed this whole idea of evolution. So it would only stand to reason that something that was around that long would have evolved into something intelligent if we did. So that's all I'm going with here. And so saurians, they talk about what reptilians. I guess technically we all have a reptile brain, right? We're, again, going along the whole evolutionary theme. We all evolved ultimately from reptiles. Even dinosaurs, right, evolved from reptiles. So, yeah, I mean, if anything, that's what I would like to think, that they're here, right, and maybe just hiding in the shadows. They don't. I mean, it's worked for them after they got almost wiped out by a big old meteorite. They figured out, maybe being inside the Earth is a better place to be. Maybe there is a hollow Earth. I won't negate that fact. It certainly would be a good place to hide from massive asteroids and comets that come along every how many million years or 100,000 years and wipe everything out. I've even found evidence to show that there was definitely some kind of impact about 12,800 years ago that wiped out the woolly mammoths, the saber-toothed tigers, the woolly rhinos, all these other megafauna that were on the planet at the time. So, am I still on there, or did I get muted? Can you hear me now? Hello? Well, it looks to me like StreamYard has crapped out on me. Can you folks hear me? I sound good, huh? Wow, that's strange. I wonder why I'm not getting the feedback on the other computer. Must be a serious delay. Okay, sorry about that, folks. This whole thing's like a Rube Goldberg machine, right? We've got so many steps just to be able to talk to somebody. It's ridiculous. And like I said, I've been pounding on a keyboard for 40 years, and I'm really getting frustrated with it. There was a group back at the turn of the 18th century, 1810, 1820, a group called the Luddites, and the Luddites were a group of knitting workers, and these knitting machines came by and took their jobs, and so they rebelled. They smashed the machines and said, "This is going to be the ruination of mankind. It's gonna take all of our jobs." I think the Luddites might have just been, well, a little ahead of their time, because once AI and robots come out, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot for us to do, folks. They're definitely going to have to think of a new economic paradigm to keep the economy going. When you think about the WALL-E scenario, I don't know if you remember the Disney Pixar movie WALL-E, where people basically were just left drinking super big gulps and riding around on hoverboards. I don't know if that future would be too far off. Once AI and the robots take over, what will be left for us to do but just go have fun, right? Hey, that won't be a bad world. Assuming they don't go Skynet Eagle Eye on us at some point, it'll be great. So yes, definitely a brave new world, as Huxley said. We're definitely going to evolve, I think, into another life form. I should say my father coined the term Homo technologicus. And so we're definitely evolving into this Homo technologicus, at least some of us are, evolving into this new species of humanoid life form that will, essentially, I guess, be molded between man and machine. I can't say I'm too thrilled of Musk's idea, for example, of planting things into your brain. I don't know about you folks, but there's no way they're sticking anything in my brain. I've dealt with computers long enough to know I don't actually want them physically in my head. It's bad enough when they're in front of me and they're, I've got to use it to run my life or to do my job. That's frustrating enough. Can you imagine when your CPU in your brain or your chip in your brain crashes, right? I mean, do you really trust somebody like Musk to develop a sound, robust system? I think these guys are more profit motivated. So.
No, we don't.
Ah, you're back. Good.
Back. You're right. That was what I was going to say to you as well. Jagzilla. Right. Okay.
Well,
I'm
I
trying
hope
to
I didn't say
explain
anything
No, you
too.
didn't.
Okay, good.
No. Right. What I'm going to try and explain to you is right. When you say to me, "Oh, it's all just a psyop," it's a psyop. I know that what you want to do is get the truth out, and you want to do it on building a web page and whatever. I get what you're saying, right?
Yeah, my Wikinuke, right?
Yeah, but what we're doing here is, if we want to stay in their house, we have to play by their rules. So, and people do find aliens interesting. I find them interesting.
Well, I did. I certainly did until I figured out what I figured out, and after that, I'm like, yeah, it's a psyop.
Yeah, but
no, I mean, I can't. I mean, I have to admit, I watched, all these different people like Hancock and stuff talking about the
fuck was that?
different stuff. So, I mean, I appreciate the idea of mystery. I think people like a mystery, right? Ultimately, and that's why, if you put enough mysteries in front of them.
Yeah. No. What I'm trying to say is that I know that you're looking at the bigger picture and you want to get this stuff out. But I understand what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is that I've been there and I've done that, and we could get away with it a lot more a year ago on this platform.
Yeah.
But we've built a really nice community. So I can either get myself thrown off or make forever channels. And in the end, people will get bored of trying to follow me around. Or we can, we do code and we talk about different things, the things that we're allowed to talk about. Which is why, to you, us talking about aliens is probably boring. But to other people, it's interesting.
Well,
and to
no,
me,
I'm not saying boring. What I'm about is...
Yeah, but you're saying it's a psyop, right? But
of this... Well, yes, but the reason why I'm harping on this is because I feel that we have more important things to talk about, which we can't talk about, as you pointed out, because of YouTube. But
yeah, but we're not here... What I'm saying is that it's not my job either to talk about the important things. That's not what I'm here for. We're here for a bit of light-hearted.
Right.
We know what's
On
going
YouTube.
on.
Sure.
Yeah. So,
Penny, I hate to admit this. I'm not a lighthearted guy anymore. I'm pretty
well,
serious
we
nowadays.
have to be. Otherwise, I might as well just turn it off then. That's why people come here. They come here for a bit of escapism. People will tell you, if I started being serious and, people wouldn't come, and we don't, we do a
Well,
bit
and
of aliens.
don't you find that unfortunate though that people are?
No.
I mean, this is part of the problem. I try to save the world, Penny. Seriously.
No, these people are smart though.
Yeah.
These people here are a very, very smart people.
Well, you did let me
And
finish. I
they-
try to save the world, and you can't save the world because the people
Right.
in it.
No, but these people are smart, right? I get what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is that what you want to do, you can try and do it on your own channel, but you can't do it on this channel because it will be gone. And people that say that, well, does it matter? It matters to me because I've spent years building up this community and I love all these people. And
Well, I
whether we're
understand.
here talking
I
about
do.
aliens or whether we're talking about pyramids or we're talking about animals, whether we're talking about Elon Musk and Mars and the flat earth and the hollow earth, it's still a community of what we can talk about together. Yeah, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, whether it's real or not, I'm not telling people what to believe. We just look at different things and then we just discuss it. I think the problem is with you is that
I
you've
didn't
gone
tell them either.
beyond
I
that.
said do their own research.
Yeah, but then that doesn't make a show, does it? We like to all talk about stuff, Sometimes I'll do a live research where I'll research something and we'll share the screen and
Right.
then we'll look together. But
Well, and I appreciate your sense. You want to have a sense of community, a sense of family. I pretty much have isolated myself for years now, so I become a bit insensitive about that. I apologize. I'm
it's all right. It's just I know
very,
what
very
you. I
independent.
know
I mean,
where
I do
you're
everything
saying.
myself. I don't rely on anybody for anything whatsoever. Just who I am.
Come
So
on.
it's hard for me to break that mindset. You understand?
Yeah, ghosts as well, Lee. But I've been doing this for years now, and constantly been almost removed, and I've never had a live stream removed ever. It's always been, it's always been a case of they don't get me for the live stream, but they go back and get me for my old content, which has never been. There's nothing there, but because people write stuff in chat, that brings the moderators in, and then they watch my live stream, but there's nothing to do me on.
Well, again, just to confirm this, you're saying that you've posted. Excuse me, because I know you've posted these live streams, right? And you're saying they have not pulled any of those down.
No, I've
or
never had a
given you
live
strikes
stream
for any of
pulled.
them.
No, because I'm
But it's
so
not
careful.
it's not live, right? I mean, this is a recorded live stream, I guess is what I'm asking. Like right now, they're not going to end the stream, right? We're
They can.
going live right
They
now.
have done.
They could, but they never would do that. But that's
They
that's
do.
not what you're saying.
They do.
It's,
They do it all the time. They do. I've
Well,
been on
they've never done it
loads
to
of
you.
lives. Sorry?
They've never done it to you, though.
No, because I'm too careful. Now, people think I'm all, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. I've never had a live stream pulled, and that's because I'm so careful and know exactly what I can say and
Well,
what
and
I can't
I
say.
would just to add to that, I noticed that you use a bit of profanity. I wouldn't even do that
Oh, you
because
can
you don't want to
swear.
give them any excuse. Well, see, you think you can swear, and I would say no. I think you're
can.
already creating a anti-family environment when you're using swear words. So anything you do that they can hit on, anything at all, Penny, you need to be
You can swear.
aware of eliminating it.
Yeah, if I don't come here to swear. But
No,
there's no
no.
rules against swearing. Alex Belfield, who's this big, massive channel, he swears constantly. He swears a lot
Yeah.
more. I very
I know.
rarely swear.
I've heard some of these people. I just can't believe they get away with it personally. But yeah,
And then I don't care if I swear. I don't care. But anyway, this tonight was just going to be, if anybody wants to come up, have a chinwag, just a chilled out. And Bailey, I would love to hear are you free to come up and talk about Hollow Earth? Really intrigued me from watching Godzilla. Godzilla had Hollow Earth. Do you know anything about Hollow Earth, Jagzilla?
I have looked into that. Yes, I have to admit, of all the possibilities, that certainly seems more plausible. And the reason why, as I was saying earlier in the stream about us constantly getting wiped out by hunks of space debris, if you were really going to have any kind of civilization that was going to go on for any length of time, you'd have to do it underground. And I think I've actually found evidence of this, that people certainly did live extraterrestrial existence. I'm sorry, an interterrestrial existence for a period of time there. In fact, they're just now starting to talk about some of these caverns and labyrinths that are under some of these major cities. And it may be the reason why the cities are where they're at, because of this system of tunnels or caves underneath them. So this is the first place, right? They came back up to the surface when it was habitable again. And that's why we see these major metropolitan areas where they're at.
Yeah. What I don't get is, this is why I wanted to get Bailey up, because I think if you're on a hollow earth, if you're on a flat earth, when I say flat earth, I don't mean a pancake, I mean still. He hasn't written any content yet, Bailey, but I think he's building a wiki. You are sorry, all you guys, if you're here, you've one, got a sense of humour to put up with me, and two, you're
And me.
intelligent, and you. So the thing is, like, because you're new to this, to my channel, I don't want you thinking that these people here are just listening to what I'm saying and not opening their minds to what's going on. They know what's going on. They're always on YouTube, well, not always on YouTube, but they're regular YouTube on other channels. So they understand the censorship. They've seen other channels get taken down. I've watched so many channels get taken down, it's unreal.
Well, I'm surprised to hear this, because other than my speech being constantly limited over and over again, as you see, I posted quite a few videos about something we're not supposed to talk about, and they didn't seem to really do anything but to shove me down in the rankings.
How many subscribers have you got?
150.
That's why. You'll go under the radar for a bit, I did. But
Well, I have to admit, yeah, the more people that are tuning in, the more concern they would have about what you're saying. Makes sense.
they do get there. They do get to you, like, they used to give you 3 warnings or 4 warnings before you got strike. And now, the first warning is an official warning, and then it's a strike. Where before, I had loads of videos removed. All about the SG stuff, the number under 6G. All of that stuff. Excuse me, my voice is going again. This is the thyroid thing.
Yeah, I had throat issues too.
Did you?
Yeah.
I've always got croaky voice.
That's another indicator of thyroid problems, tonsil stones.
I
Apparently,
haven't got any tonsils.
they haven't gotten their heads out of their asses yet on that one.
I had to have my
You don't have any
removed.
tonsils.
My
Well,
voice
maybe
is
if you
gone
still
now.
had them, you would be getting tonsil stones because of the thyroid issue. But it seems to me like it's more of a hyperthyroid issue with the tonsil stones. But
Hang
your
on a
thyroid is
sec.
in your throat, so it makes perfect sense, right? That you would
Yeah.
have throat issues if it swells and creates more constriction in the area.
Yeah, I'm always swollen up under here all the time. Hello, Tasha. Tasha's back. Any more monoliths? I don't know. I looked last week, David Bull, and there wasn't any. That stuff like that, it's interesting.
Oh, the monoliths. Yeah, they were leaving around, right? Yeah, I think they pulled that one out of the national park because they were probably under all sorts of federal laws there. And it's amazing how the feds will go through a lot of trouble figuring some stuff out, but other things they'll just ignore, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but the first one.
I just was going to say, I remember this guy telling me a story of where he was in California, and he took a cinder block or a few cinder blocks from a throwout pile at a construction site. Well, the construction site was a federal project, and so the FBI charged him with felony theft, federal felony theft, for taking these cinder blocks, that were in this throwout pile on the corner. And they ended up not. They said what they would do is they would find him guilty, but not give him a fine or any kind of jail time. And so he took that, and I'm like, I don't think I would have done that. Now you got a federal felony on your record. That's not good. Like with these YouTube strikes, right? You can only get so many of them before the feds are going to put you away for a lifetime.
You get 2, and then your third one, you're a goner. My tonsils used to.
Yeah, well, I think once you have one federal count against you and the second one comes up, you're a goner. because
No.
they're really going to throw the book at you then.
Well, I've been on two. On this channel, I've been on two. Do you know I can
Well,
never
no,
get off
I'm
any?
talking about federal
Oh,
US
really? I thought you
felonies.
meant. I thought you were using a
Right.
bit of a code for YouTube.
No. Sorry. No, I'm talking
Sorry, Bailey. Did you want to try? You've got bad audio. Itch. That too. Is that you, Itchy Mitchy? Oh no, is your channel gone?
Well, don't feel bad, Bunny. I know some people that really weren't saying, well, they weren't even trying to help the public, enlighten them, and their channels are gone. One of the people I can think of is Bix Weir, and why
Don't
they
know
took
that
him
one.
out, I'm not sure, but I think it might have been because he was emailing off people about a crypto Ponzi scheme, and YouTube caught wind of that, so they yanked him out. But he must have had well over 200,000 subscribers. Another guy was
Disgusting.
Brian Vlogs. He did try and enlighten people. He was talking about some edgy subjects, and I think they took him out last year. And we all know Alex Jones, right? They took him out. What was that, 2019, 2018?
Yeah, it's 19.
And I think that, I did research, and, Alex is definitely a G man, if you know what I'm saying.
It was a
Third
shill.
generation, by the way.
They
Third
got to him,
generation
didn't they?
G man. I had always been suspicious of him back in the early 90s. I thought he was
He's married
just
to one, isn't he? He's married
a
to
CIA.
a
I
dude.
thought he was a CIA. Well, that's how you know too when they're G men, is they themselves may not be identifiable, but for some reason, as you said, they marry them, which is like a dead giveaway then at that point. I found that the earlier ones tend to marry prostitutes. Isn't that weird?
Oh, yeah,
that
like
They
Jack the
must be
Ripper.
kinky. Maybe it's the Luciferian thing, right? Or are they going to get to do all those kinky, weird Luciferian things with them?
Do you know, I got a strike not long ago because I had a video that I'd forgotten about again from like 2 years ago with him in it, A. Jones. Now, anything to do with him, they're taking you down.
Oh yeah, they're scraping them off. Yep.
Because it makes him look more, you control the opposition. So you make it look more of a bad thing than people, if they're not going to actually look at the real enemies, are they? Yes, yeah.
Right. Well, the two
Yes,
people,
Bailey, if you
when I
want.
came on this thing probably about 7 years ago, and I had that aha moment I was telling you about. I looked out. There wasn't much out on YouTube actually at that point, except for David Icke and Alex.
You did well then. You did well.
Yeah,
then.
but that was a
Can't
good thing.
mention him either.
Oh, I can't, huh? Oh.
No, but you did it. You did it. Ick. You said ick. That's
Okay.
fine. You said
There
it
we
in code.
Okay.
You're getting good at this now.
And there was another one there. But anyway, so the two people I would recommend are Ted Gunderson. He was an FBI director, and William Cooper. So I listened, to a lot of people, and most of them, again, sounded like a psyop to me, with the exception of these two people. What they were saying, aligned right up with what I had discovered.
Are you on about
So I'm
Ick
like,
or somebody else?
No.
I think he might be one.
Oh well, yes, he is definitely. Remember the Gorilla Vid 199? I sent you his encounter with him, and he had actually hacked a phone call at one point, or at least gotten a hold of a hacked cell phone call between Icky and somebody else. And there's no doubt that they were using different names. Okay, they have two names, right?
Yeah, Bill Cooper. Sorry, he is another one, isn't he? He's a good one.
William Cooper, yes, he's that was Behold a Pale Horse, I think, was a book that he had written.
Well done, Helena.
And listen to this one about Cooper, okay? About a year, 6 months, I'm not sure how far, before 9/11. Can I say that?
Yeah, they don't like that, but I'm not bothered about that.
He said that they would blame bin Laden for an attack.
Oh, really?
10 days, okay? 10 days before September 11th, they roll up on him and shoot him. Unmarked or plainclothes officers in a pickup truck come up on him, and they got a shootout at him. He hits one of them in the head, but you got 5 guys shooting at you. Right. The odds
Sorry,
are.
hang on. Device not connected. Sorry to interrupt you. Bailey's
Hmm.
just tried to come up. Bales,
Yeah, I
it
was having some
says
problems with the StreamYard too. It seemed like it was really flaky there. It was kicking me out.
you were fine when you said you were going. You were here. It says your guests will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. So you have
Hmm.
to have your mic and your cam connected. You don't have to have them on. You have to have your mic on. It says you're not
Yeah.
connected,
The
Bales.
BIOS needs to see them.
Yeah.
You really should have the computer booted up with them
Oh,
already
she's
plugged
back.
in just to make
She's
sure.
back. She's back. Yay! She did it. She's got black hearts and purple hearts. Hello?
Yeah, I can't hear
Oh
anything.
my, she's got her mic muted.
Hello?
There we go.
Yay! Oh, she's
Hey.
gone
We
again.
can hear you now.
Hello, darling. Are you okay? Oh,
I'm
she's
good.
gone
How are
again.
y'all doing?
Oh, she mutes herself when we talk. We're all right, thank you. We're really intrigued, and I'll let Jagzilla finish, and then would you like to tell us about Hollow Earth?
No, let him go right into the Hollow Earth thing. That's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I
I
need
don't
to
have a lot
actually.
to say about it, so
I've got to get off for a second here because I need to feed the dog. I see it's getting near mealtime and I don't want her to miss. I try to
Are you
keep them on a
going,
regular
Tasha?
routine.
Okay, I'll have a quick chat. Hold on.
So I'll be back in a minute here. Excuse me.
Okay, you go and sort the dog out. Right, okay. Speak to you soon, or whenever. Hope Marty's alright. Right. Have you done much research on Hollow Earth, Bailey? Is the question.
well, not a lot. There's not a lot out there, but I think there's enough out there to think there's some substance to it,
Yeah.
you know?
It's really interesting, isn't it?
Can you hear me or did it freeze again?
It's great. Do you think the hole is in the hole? Do you believe that the hole is in Antarctica?
Hello? StreamYard keeps freezing.
You're here, you're okay. You keep muting yourself, do you know that?
Yeah, because my audio quality is not very good and it's noisy where I'm at, so I'm just muting when I'm not talking.
You're coming through really clear, honestly. Can everybody hear Bailey okay? Give us a one in chat or a thumbs up.
So either way, yeah, there's not like a ton of info about Hollow Earth, but there's enough that I think there's some substance to it, you know?
Sorry.
What?
No, I'm sorry, I've seen somebody in chat. Shvidi! Sorry, Bailey. Shvidi, hello. It's been so long. I'm so glad you're here. Empty egg box. Sorry, carry on. I'm really intrigued. Entrance was in Brazil. Yeah, so sorry, Bailey. Carry on. Hello, Lord Bacon. So I'm just letting say hello to people in chat. Right, you sound really clear, Bailey. Everyone is saying you sound clear. Honestly, you do. You sound really good. So you tell us what you've learnt, and will you tell us where the holes are, the entrances? Because someone says Brazil. Is that true, do you know? Will you tell us? Hello, Bailey? You okay?
Hey, it keeps freezing.
Oh, no. Well, we want you to tell us what you found.
Well, so I mean, there's not like a ton, but you know, related to. Oh, there it goes again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's because you're muting. Okay, so
I'm not muting, darling.
oh, maybe not.
Okay, is anybody there? Am I still
Yeah,
on?
you're
Okay.
still there. Bailey's just having some audio issues.
Well, you know what I was saying about computers earlier, like a Rube Goldberg machine at this point. 50 steps just to put the cat out.
Yeah.
Glad you made it.
Oh, I did almost forgot one thing there, and that was so we're talking about the Hollow Earth or the Inner Earth thing, and Yeah, right. The people that actually did create the whole thing. Paracas. I'm sure people have seen some information about elongated skulls, coneheads, right? Like on Saturday Night Live. Well, these are the people, I believe, or the things, if you will, that actually did create our civilization, and we just inherited it from them.
I don't
And,
know.
well,
Bailey would have to tell us because Bailey's.
yeah,
This is Bailey's first time up as well.
I'm sure
Goodbye,
Bailey hasn't
Mickey.
heard of the Paracas people. It's pretty covered up, although he probably has heard about elongated skulls or coneheads.
Hello, Mike Ryan.
But so the
You okay?
Paracas are in South America, Peru, again, where we see, well, what do you know? Monolithic stone structures with construction that still can't be matched to this day. Places like Machu Picchu, for example.
Right. I don't know, but I know Bailey wants to tell us about it. So, what does Bailey say? Has your sound gone, Bailey? I'm going to try to move my network from Wi-Fi. It says that you're muting yourself, though, darling.
Yeah, my browser, it's not. I can't hear y'all talking because it's freezing.
Do you want to go and come back?
Dare I say you might need a better computer. You've just pegged the thing. It's maybe why you're seeing those kind of random interruptions.
It's like StreamYard's freezing. Like everything you just said, I couldn't hear it. It just you said and then it went frozen. So I think
Yeah.
there's an issue.
So you
Could be your
can't
computer,
hear
could be
us.
network.
Yet you sound really clear to us.
I can't hear him all the time though. He's cutting in and out for me too.
Yeah, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. But like earlier, a minute and a half ago, I couldn't hear you. But she could hear you. Which
yeah,
is
I
weird.
can hear you. Everybody else in chat can hear her as well. Honestly, Bells, we can hear you, darling.
Well, but I was just I was just talking for a second, and you couldn't hear me because StreamYard froze.
Yeah.
That's the issue I'm talking about. Because I know I'm muting. I do that on purpose because I don't want to crowd up the entire audio spectrum with a bunch of noise. So I just
No.
mute when I'm not talking.
Just
She's
admit
so
it. You're
polite.
muting so that because you're cursing at your computer.
Or she's just very polite.
Well, fortunately, the technology is pretty good now about suppressing the noise. There's actually a checkbox there in StreamYard to do better noise cancellation. It seems to be really good, actually. When listening to you, Penny, I'm not hearing much on background noises. You've got to get Mr. Snoop pretty close to the mic
He's
before I can
asleep.
hear his little
Sorry,
chirbles.
Bunny, I left StreamYard. Isn't working. Oh, that's a shame,
Yeah.
Bailey. Maybe we could
You
do
wore 'em out, huh?
Discord next time. Coneheads like geisha ladies' feet.
Yeah, personally, I prefer Discord. I don't like the StreamYard.
I do. We've had no problems with it apart from tonight, but we don't know whether it's Bailey's connection.
Now, one big advantage of StreamYard is that it's a workaround from what I understand. Some people are not allowed to stream, but you can use StreamYard to...
No, you can't do that. Don't know why people say that. You can't.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. I'm banned from streaming on my other channel, and I tried to stream on StreamYard, and as soon as it connected to YouTube, it said you're banned from streaming. YouTube won't allow it. So
They must have done something there to join up. It wasn't that
Yeah.
way a year or two ago. 2 years
maybe.
ago.
I'm not sure. Bailey, yeah, you were muting, but I didn't know you couldn't hear us until just. That's really bizarre. So if you can't hear us, then that's no good, is it? Well, maybe we should try it. We'll try it again. Maybe do a Discord thing, but I don't like Discord because if you don't pay to get it, you have to pay a bit extra to get it clearer.
Yeah, less flaky, you mean. All right.
Yeah, it's a bit nice. So you tell us what you know about Hollow Earth then, because you know a little bit by the sounds of it, Jagzilla.
Well, I don't confess to know as much as Bailey. But yes, right, the idea that there is in fact a second sun or some sort of power source, heat source, inside the planet that is allowing this area to be illuminated and to have pretty much a world similar to what we're in right now. Plants and animals and whatnot.
What about the
Supposed to be
sun, though?
A whole nother world down there. With, from my research, some pretty bizarre animals. Things, for example, that have gone extinct. Like dinosaurs.
I think dinosaurs are reptilians. What ashes?
Well, I told you saurians. I like that term better. Because when you think of reptile, you think of like a lizard or a alligator, right? And they predate dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are related to or come out of them, but when you think of that word reptilian, it just seems real primitive. You wouldn't think that people that are advanced would see them as being like a bunch of lizards, right, or crocodiles.
Yeah, Bailey's put there, dinosaurs are reptilians. The more we take from our own earth, the more hollow. Maybe, but then again, I don't believe that we're a spinning ball. Do you believe we're a spinning ball, Jagzilla?
Well, one of the first things, Penny, as a young boy, I went into where I had my dreams, my aspirations of becoming an astronomer. So I spent a lot of time with some pretty high-powered
she's back.
optics, and I'm going to say, yeah, we are on a spinning ball.
You
I
do
mean,
think we're on
why
a spinning
would
ball?
you account for the movement of the stars?
Oh, we've been through all this. Yeah, trust me, we'll have another flat Earth night, and then we'll have one of the experts come on. I'm not going to go through all this with it. I just wondered if we were on a spinning ball. That's all. He's answered all these questions. Yeah, empty egg box. Trust me, Shvidi. I know empty egg box used to be called 29J Shvidi. I actually told Tasha all of this the other day. Do you remember? Tasha's gone. I told her the story of where you came from, empty egg box. He's actually a dude that isn't him on the picture. Maybe a weird chat. Yeah, so we have got some flat Earth experts that people know quite well now, called Tommy and Brian, and they've researched this to death. So they will explain all of that what you've just asked. Trust me, they're really good. But I'm not going to try and explain it because I don't understand
I've
it.
actually heard the explanations. I just was asking you what you felt. No, I heard the explanations, and like I said, I was really into astronomy and some pretty powerful telescopes in some pretty remote places. And you speak of UFOs. Well, the one UFO experience I had, it must have been about 25, and I was up on top of a mountain, sitting on my dirt bike, for about 8,000 foot. And I see something off in the distance. It definitely doesn't look right. Whatever it is flying in, and I'm like, wow, if I've ever seen a UFO, this has got to be it. So I'm sitting there watching it, and it's getting closer and closer, and well, what do you know? It's a 747 with the space shuttle on its back. No wonder it looks so weird.
Okay.
That was the only UFO I ever spotted, so that's my UFO story.
I don't believe they're spinning spaceship things. I believe they come through portals. Bailey, should we give it another go, sweetheart? How you doing?
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, now we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear us is the big question.
Yeah, I think the issue was that I was on a VPN. I forgot I was on a VPN.
Oh yeah,
and
bad
so
network
that's going to
throughbut.
cause issues.
Going
you got no
undercover.
network throughput in a VPN.
Yep.
Right.
Sorry about that.
No,
That
it's
puts you down
fine.
to like half a megabit.
Right, so I want to get a VPN. So you've just helped me out then. So if I get a VPN, I can't use it with this.
Well, you probably can. The VPN I use routes everything through Switzerland so that it's legally able to dump logs.
Right. Okay.
It still gets like 70 megabit, but it can get drop packets, yeah.
70
Okay.
megabit through a VPN? Really? Wow, that's pretty
Yeah.
good. You
Yeah,
must have
it's
a hell of an
pretty
internet
good.
connection yourself.
I think mine's 600.
600 megabit?
Yeah. It's a business
fiber-
line though.
fiber
So it's
optic?
no, you can do the way they couple coaxial cables now, you can get,
You
up
got
to
a bonding
2
pair.
gigabit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do like 32
Well, that's not
bonding
cheap
now.
when you're doing that kind of bonding. They really
It's-
sock it to you.
It's not too bad anymore. It's pretty good. But
Well, I
yeah,
remember it used to
the
be outrageous. The good old days back in the 90s, I was paying $150 a month for an ISDN line, which was 128K. And I could have
yeah, it
gotten
is still
more.
over modems.
I could have bonded, 10 channels together, right, to give myself a megabit, but I think
Yeah,
it
with
would have cost
T10.
about $1,000 a month or something like that for me to do it.
Yeah, I was on like 18K back then, and I was like dreaming of ISDN lines.
Yeah, I got to say the quality of the line was really incredible. The ping, right, it was really clean. The throughput, not so good compared to today, but gosh,
Low
I got
latency.
200 ping to England or Germany. So that's
Yeah,
pretty impressive for back in the day.
yeah. So, hollow things. Am I allowed to say hollow?
Of course
Yeah,
you
that's
can,
okay.
but you
Yeah.
can't say. Can just say something. Empty egg box. He didn't know, right? You can't say that word, the V scene word. Okay, so we have to
Right.
use code. Sorry, I'm just letting you know. Yeah, so we're not allowed to say. Yeah, basically, Google moderators are coming in and they are taking people out. So it's not your fault. You've not been on here for ages. It's changed. YouTube's changed a lot since you were last on here a few months ago. So that's all it is. I don't know why, but I keep saying she. It's been timed out. I don't know why I timed him out. Didn't need to be timed out. But yeah, you can't say that word. Okay, so yeah, just when you come back. But yeah, we have to use code. Just write the letter V and then the SCENE as in scene, as in scenery. Thank you, Helena. No V word, no C word. Just use code. Play.
Well, remember I suggested on that stream you were talking on, I forget his channel there.
Troubled
I
minds.
suggested Jib Jab.
Yeah, jibbity jab or jabbity jib. Yeah, V scene. Yeah. It's all right, Richard. Richard was removing the comment and he's hit the wrong button. He never meant to do that, bud. Trust me. Yeah, they're even calling it a vagina, if you want to call it that. Anyway, moving on. Bailey, carry on and tell us about Hollow Earth.
Yeah. So,
Go on.
sorry.
No, I was going to say we're really excited to hear it. And go on then.
Well, so there's not like a lot of info about Hollow Earth, and it's definitely not verifiable. It's all open to interpretation to some extent. But there's a lot of really interesting coincidences around it, and a lot of things that don't add up if it's not true, if you ask me. And I think the biggest story around Hollow Earth, maybe you've heard of it, is about Operation High Jump.
This is the Antarctic.
I've heard bits, but I don't know what it is. So do you
That
want
was
to tell us?
Admiral Byrd, I believe.
Oh yeah, I've heard about him. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think like in 1947, 1948, Admiral Byrd was sent on an expedition with like a pretty large military group.
An armada,
like-
actually, is what you would call it.
Yeah, there's different stories about how it was just Navy boats, and some people say it was full on, like they had tanks and everything and were ready for war or whatever. It's hard to know what's true there because there's not a lot of info on it, right? Just like most of the more secretive government ops, right? But
Yeah.
I think it was in 1947, 48. I hope that's right. I don't want to spread disinfo, but everyone should definitely do their own research. But he went there, and they were planning to go for quite a while, but pretty briefly after going there, they actually turned around and just immediately stopped and came back.
Mhm.
And there was no explanation as to why they did that. But it's kind of interesting. They were going down there. There's a reason we are kept away from Antarctica in the first place. Like, they aren't just doing it because they don't have secrets. It's hard to get there, but even people who have the financial means and the ability to do it, and teams of people are told not to go there, right? You have to, like, in the military, you have to apply for rights to do it, and a lot of times people get denied more than they get approved. It's really hard to get down there. And if you ask me, I would say it's because there's an established military presence there that is connected directly to the continents inside the Earth, right? And something people kind of don't realize when you talk about Hollow Earth is they try to. Am I allowed to say the pancake earthward?
Of course you can. You can say, yeah, and if it's in Hollow Earth, you're fine, darling, honestly.
Yeah.
Good night, Dr. David Ball. Goodbye.
Well, flat Earth. That's what he was asking if he could say. There, I just said it.
Pancake
Okay.
Earth, yeah. So, so as far as like flat Earth goes, concave Earth, hollow Earth, all these different Earth theories, you know, the Toros theory, you know, they aren't all. Everybody tries to. It's kind of like in the '90s how everybody argued about evolution versus intelligent design, and people were like, "Hey, look, these two things can coexist, right?"
Yeah, they can.
You know, if you have a pancake Earth, I'm going to call it that because I like it.
Okay.
My view of what the Earth is pretty close to that, so it's not like I'm making fun of it. I just like calling it pancake Earth. You have to also realize that there's no guaranteed thickness. Like, how thick is the pancake, right? And you know, at some point, if you have a mass that's large and you have this amount of time, I'm going to assume straight up that we are not the smartest beings that have been here. I think that's a wild thing to assume with how long the Earth has been around, you know?
Sure.
And why would they not dig underground at some point? We've even started doing that. The military goes underground all the time, right? So at some point, you have to kind of agree that at some point there was definitely someone down there, and they probably had better technology than we did. So what's to say that they're not still there? In World War II, in Germany, they had maps of the supposed hollowed Earth, right? Like, again, this isn't going to be on like some .gov website, but you can see maps of what they called the hollow Earth, and it's like two separate continents inside the Earth. Really interesting stuff. And I'm not saying that's exactly how it is, but at the end of the day, there's too much information there to ignore it. You know, when Admiral Byrd came back from Operation High Jump, he wrote in his journals after they were found that the reason that he came back so abruptly was that he met the people from inside the Earth. And they told them that he essentially said to them, "We don't care what y'all do out there, but you can't do anything that'll affect us or we're going to get mad." And you have to think about how that connects to like potential extraterrestrial intervention on, some of the most powerful weapons we have. I'm trying to think of the way to say it that I'm allowed to say. But if you put all these things together, along with, the Bible tells you straight up that there was a reptile race, the serpent. Sorry. Had to clear my throat there. Sorry.
You haven't got a thyroid problem, have you?
Maybe.
I shouldn't laugh. You
That
might
could be
do.
a thing. Probably.
My voice keeps going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't have the plague.
Yeah, you don't want the plague.
So, the Bible literally says that, the earth was created by a serpent race, right? And, like you were saying, dinosaurs, serpents, reptilians, as we may refer to them, they've probably been here longer than we have. We know dinosaurs were here first. And I think it's a wild idea to think that all the dinosaurs suddenly died when a comet hit. There's some like obvious brainwashing in our school system.
I think they're under the ground, the dinosaurs.
Well, and I think you hit it right
Yeah.
there. That's our school system is brainwashing.
But that's in that film,
That's
though, Bales.
That's its purpose.
They're in
Yep.
that film. They're in the Godzilla film.
Don't spoil it. I want to see
Sorry.
it.
Sorry, I'm going to shut up now. If you're on
I'm going to
Twitter-
watch it soon, and then you can spoil it to me.
Okay, no, I'm not spoiling it though because everyone knows that Hollow Earth's in that film. Did you?
I'm
know
just
it's in that film?
joking. I think everybody knows Godzilla is also a reptile from under Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
he
do.
is.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. Yeah, what Itchy Mitchy? Why have you got another account?
So yes, the whole Admiral Byrd campaign was very suspicious. I agree. Why the necessity for so many ships? And I believe I did find at one point that there was an aircraft carrier. So if you're bringing an aircraft carrier down there, you're bringing at least a dozen more support ships with it. That's quite an armada. I mean, that's
Or you're
serious fighting
preparing,
force.
or you're preparing to refuel ships on their way there. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Definitely something going on. You aren't going to bring an aircraft carrier without some idea that there's going to be aircraft. That's true.
All right.
Yeah.
And
It was,
again, with all that equipment, why the quick departure? I mean, he could have hung out there for years.
Apparently, Admiral Byrd was a stonemason.
Oh yeah, sure. Doesn't surprise me.
Yep, absolutely.
Most of the top military is, from what I can tell, Eisenhower. One I know that wasn't was Patton, and we see what happened to him.
Don't know
They
who
love
that
car
is.
accidents. They love that.
Do you
That's
know
one
that
of
is
their
Bales?
favorites.
Bailey, you okay? Yeah,
I'm here.
Carry on. Keep going. Tell us about Hollyworth. Really
Well, that's most of the bird story, right? Is like he went to Antarctica, and when he went to Antarctica, he abruptly leaves with an armada, like you said, Jagzilla, and then, when he gets back, he's found out later to have a journal supposedly that literally details going and seeing the beings from inside the Earth, telling him that they are way more technologically advanced. They don't care about the people on the crust as long as they don't affect the people underground, and that they won't show their presence until we're in a more peaceful and safe situation, that they'll only intervene if they think that we're causing trouble that will affect them, which is exactly similar to the extraterrestrial, intervening with, some very powerful weapons. I don't think I'm allowed to say that word anymore as of
can.
February.
What weapon? Sorry.
You're not supposed to talk about. You're not supposed to since February. They stopped letting you talk about that in February.
Spell it out. I don't know what you're on about.
I just did.
I didn't know it.
DEW.
Yeah. No, not
Really?
DEWs are
Oh,
fine. You can
because-
talk about those. It's
No, we can talk about direct energy weapons.
NUCLEAR. You can't talk about those anymore as of February.
Oh, we can't?
Nope.
Jeez, they lighted off like 2,000 of them. We can't talk about it?
Well, there was a boat stuck in a river recently, and it's probably tied to that. So, anyway, WMD, I think you can say. Thank Picking Gaz. I was trying to remember those letters.
Those cargo containers.
Hello, Picking Gaz.
Supposedly,
Welcome.
Didn't surprise me.
you'll
Idiots.
get one of those 18-1 flags on your video for talking about them. Very exciting. Anyway, if you have someone who's like a military person who, like you said, is occult related and legitimately comes back and says, "Hey, I saw beings from under Earth. What's up with this?" in his journal, which, that's mostly an allegation, so legitimately might be not be the right word, but it seems like it's a pretty legit thing that he came back and said that. I think it's something you have to take a little bit seriously, especially when you have, they like talk about, Lord of the Rings refers to it as Middle Earth, and like there's a bunch of fantasy around going down into the earth.
Well, again, I did quite a bit of research myself in this, and you'd be surprised all the native cultures that also have the Navajos believe that they came out of the earth, for example. They were born from the earth.
Yeah, and if you ask me, the skinwalkers are the reptilians,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the Bigfoot as well. They're really interesting. I follow you and you me.
Oh,
There's
you love
a-
furry things, don't you, Penny?
I do love furry things, yeah, but I don't like Bigfoots though because they remind me of big monkeys, and I hate monkeys, don't I? Big apes.
There's a really good talk on the Bigfoot thing by Lloyd Pye. It's called "Everything You Know Is Wrong." It's on YouTube, and he got cancer within like 7 days of giving that talk.
Yeah, they can give it you, can't they? Through the wall now. They've got them weapons.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Actually,
they can mess with
put
your
it in
cells
food.
with radio
Yeah.
frequencies.
Well, for
They've
my
been doing
experience,
that.
They just put it in your food.
They could do
In
that
fact,
too. Yeah.
Ted Gunderson's tech guy was poisoned by radiation.
Yep, he was. But I mean, since the 70s or 60s with the MK Ultra experience, they've literally, talked about how you can use radio frequencies to do it. I mean, you're not going to get probably as fast of a reaction, but it's one way to do it.
Yeah, depending on where somebody's in, what kind of structure they're in. Could work.
Yeah, so it's not too surprising that they would do that to him immediately after this. But he talks about some interesting things about how he breaks down why is the 23rd chromosome essentially stitched in half. And, is it because Bigfoot has 24 chromosomes? And, the people that are, not from here, who created us as their slaves, just like the Bible and many prophecies talks about, they are, they essentially could have genetically modified us to fit 23 chromosomes that they have. Given that Bigfoot has 4, that's why our 23rd chromosome looks like it's been genetically manipulated. It looks like they just cut 2 and glued them together. And there's still no real explanation for why.
Well, I don't know if you or any of your viewers out there are aware, but there was you look in the archaeological record, a species called Gigantopithecus, which fits the description of Bigfoot to a T. Died out about 50,000 years ago. One of those big space rocks apparently took him out.
Yeah, so that's one of the races. He's in that talk. He goes into 4 of them, and he gives pretty good evidence that they exist. And he says that's one of them. One of them is the what you might call the Yetis, right? The other one is the more traditional Bigfoot that he calls Alma. He says that's the name of the race. I don't remember the other one, but it's an interesting talk. I don't know a lot about it, but if you do, I'd love to hear more.
Are you talking to me? Or Penny?
Anybody.
Do you know anything about guinea pigs, Brayley?
They're pretty cute.
You're the
Do you know that this is I believe that guinea pigs were made in a lab many years ago, because guinea pigs, do you know we're closer to guinea pigs than we are to apes. They've got our DNA, and there's only us apes and the guinea pigs who don't produce our own vitamin C. Every other mammal produces its own vitamin C, which is why guinea pigs have to have a vitamin C supplement in their food. And a lot of people don't know this. If you look at a guinea pig, it doesn't look right. So that they're all fluffy and cute, but they've got their back feet are like human feet or like chicken feet. There's just skin. They're horrible. The feet are disgusting, and they don't look natural. And I don't want to get too gross, but there's no way these things evolve naturally. I don't want to be gross, okay, but their winky grossness, I know, sorry, is inside them. They can't keep it clean themselves. Now, all animals have got a way of cleaning themselves, haven't they? Like dogs and cats and whatever. They all clean themselves, yeah? These don't. They can't do it. This is why they get so smelly, which is why I have to clean. And I've had him neutered, which makes him a lot less smelly, but...
You can neuter a guinea pig?
Yeah, his ball bags have gone. And I know it sounds disgusting, but...
Well, from a man's perspective, it sounds painful.
Well, no, I'm on about the cleaning of his little... Even when he got excited, shall we say, the stuff that comes out when one is excited, as a boy, wouldn't even come out. It would be stuck in there. It would be called a rod. And I would have to... They're like glue sticks. And I've been keeping them for that many years now, and you look at their cousin, which is the capybara or something like that, them big guinea pigs. I think that these things were made in a lab from them, possibly chickens and human DNA, and I believe that they were Craig, don't be a guinea pig. I believe
don't be calling them a chicken now.
I know, but I believe that that's why they're called. That's why they say guinea pig, when they're talking about like testing and stuff.
I don't want to be your guinea pig.
No, it's great. And the way that they squeeze...
You don't want to be Penny's guinea pig?
Well, that's the quote he's referring to,
you
right?
Get all that cleaning, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he's lying here now and he's asleep on my dressing gown. It's the most adorable little thing, but his back feet are gross. And
feet do look funny.
They are horrible, but I love him so much, this one. But
that's where you get the chicken idea from, right? But they got this little, like, 3 forked toes.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, like, they can be very sweet, like mine is, because obviously I've handled him from a baby. Hello, speed thrower. But all they do is eat. You observe them. They all just eat, sleep, poo, wee, eat, sleep, in this routine, and it's like they've been designed to not do anything, and the fact that they're squeakers, so like when
Gerbil.
they're testing on them, sorry,
Gerbil, that's what they do, right?
yeah, squeak. So when you think about the perfect laboratory animal, wouldn't need much care, and it would make a lot of noise when you were testing on it. That they're perfect for testing on. I know it sounds disgusting and it's horrible because it's my pet.
Well, when they're
But-
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and where did they come from? Because you look through history, they're not
Guinea?
in the wild. No, they're not from there though.
I'm just joking. I don't know.
A
Just
lot of
say
people say
something
that
smart.
they're from Peru. But my point is that there's no natural guinea pigs in the wild. You might get a few that have been released. They're in Peru. They're a delicacy, yeah. But you look at every other animal. You can go back. The dog was a wolf, and you go back and how did they get from that big capybara thing to this? And why have they got human DNA in them?
And if they were eating them, why did they shrink them down to so small? I mean, wouldn't capybara size be better? You got a lot of meat. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
So I think, hello Meep. No, Ash isn't on tonight, Tony. He's gone away for Easter to visit some friends. So I genuinely believe, right, that you know I said how we were intelligent before, many
Yeah.
many moons ago. I think these were created then for testing on. Yeah, and that's why they call it guinea pigs when you're testing on stuff. And over time they've become pets. Oh, okay, thanks, Tone. Because gerbils, I don't want to be boring here, but gerbils, they are natural, they're desert rats. They were originally brought into the laboratory not till the 70s. And the scientists found them that friendly and that intelligent, because gerbils, I've got gerbils, they're amazing. They started taking them home and keeping them as pets, and that's how they become domesticated. It's quite a recent domestication. But that's how they originally came, because they were using them to test on, but they just found they were just so friendly and they just love humans. But why do we call them guinea pigs? And why have they got the human DNA, and why are they the only other mammal other than us and apes that don't produce our own vitamin C? I've been researching this and I'm convinced that these were made in a lab and they escaped. What do you reckon to my theory then, you two?
I think you need more supporting evidence.
Like what? There's not,
Let's compare.
there's
Give
none
me,
in
give
history.
me a photo of their DNA and a photo of human DNA.
Well,
We
I'm
can
sure that
analyze it
can
for
be
ourselves to
arranged.
see the similarities.
But if
Well, it
you,
doesn't mean they're made of humans.
I don't know. It's like they've taken some capybara, some human. I don't know. It's just like
Well, the weirdest thing about them is, they don't have a very good survivability. Like, I don't think they would survive in the wild for the
no,
most
they
part.
wouldn't. You're right.
And like even if they fall over more than like their own height, they hurt themselves really bad. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense that they would exist outside of
Yeah.
captivity
Thank you.
in a way.
Yeah, that is another thing. They would not survive, and they can't clean themselves. And people don't. Yeah, they can swim a little bit, not very well. That's because they get that from their cousins, the capybaras, that are really good swimmers. But you can't
They're in
clean
the water all the
themselves.
time.
Sorry.
A capybara's in the water all the time. That's where they prefer to be.
Yeah, they're really good swimmers. He can swim if he has to.
They have webbed feet.
Yeah, well, his feet, they're not quite webbed like the capybara. The capybaras have got like black, like webbed. He's got chicken feet. His feet look like human feet. They're horrible. They are really horrible. But I love him to bits. And, it's just, I can't explain it. I've always felt there was something different about a guinea pig. And I think that's it. How can an animal exist in the wild that can't clean itself? He can't get his winky out. It's inside him.
How can
And
you reproduce?
well, they do, but that's because humans are there cleaning them out. We have to clean their glands out and stuff, And they also they're a delicacy as well in South America. They're bred for food.
Yeah, that doesn't
I
look
just
very
looked into
tasty
your
to me.
DNA.
Mostly bone, I would think.
Really,
Like,
Itch?
like eating
Did
rats.
you hear
Would
what
you eat a
Itch
rat?
just said? They said they can breed with rats. Are you sure? I've never that. I didn't know that. They're a different type of is Nadia still here? Nadia's got guinea pigs. She knows a lot about cavies. You still here, Nadia? Not sure. So anyway, carry on. Carry on. I've just put Snoopy in for a wee now.
Well, where were we? Admiral Byrd?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot more to say on it. Like,
What
you
about
know,
Brazil? Do you think this is the Brazil? Someone's mentioned Brazil. Oh, Nadia's here.
Brazil.
Have you heard about the Brazil thing, Bailey? What? Someone mentioned Brazil about an entrance. I don't know.
oh yeah. Well, I've heard there's an entrance in Argentina,
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
but I never heard about Brazil. That's interesting. I think there's a lot of entrances. You know, I think there's
The rainforest.
in Brazil.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, interesting. I think they're all over. You know, I know they have like tunnels, probably from like New Zealand, even from the U.S. Yeah, that go to Antarctica. And then I don't know how to say his name appropriately on YouTube without getting in trouble, but
What? Who?
I'm trying to think of how to say it.
I think you.
The stain guy.
Oh, Eggstain.
Yeah, egg
I got a
stain.
strike for him as well, but you can call
Yeah.
him Eggstain. Yeah.
So like it's amazing how, you know, the like 2 days after he did not hurt himself, you could watch his private jet fly on flight trackers over to Antarctica. Where'd he go?
Really?
Yeah, and then they shut it down, but you know, for at least a week, you could literally see that his private jet flew to Antarctica. And you have to reason about why Antarctica.
And he was also
Certainly not for the beach weather.
hello, Hawkeye. He was also putting money into cloning, wasn't he, and stuff like that. That's another thing that really intrigues me as well. I think that's happening. He was putting money into that, wasn't he? Funded it.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he had his own. Is it eugenics company? I've covered a lot of that. I've had to delete it all now because of. And my last strike was to do with him. The last strike I had was literally I just reported on a news article. It was a joke in the Sun newspaper, the Rag. It's known as the Rag, a tabloid that somebody had
Like
seen
the
him walking
Inquirer.
around. Sorry.
The Inquirer.
It's worse than that. It's not even that. And it's a British paper, and it was like he was walking around in his ranch. It was just a bit of tongue in cheek, and I just reported on that and said this is the story. I put the source in, as you always do, and I got a strike for bullying just for mentioning him.
You're such a
This is-
bully, Penny.
I'm such a bully. I'm going to change my name to Bully Penny. Penny Bully.
I mean, the guy's a billionaire,
Forget
right?
Penny
How do you
Bunny.
bully a billionaire? I'm trying to figure this one out.
Could be Delta Dawn. And you know, he wasn't a billionaire. He was a millionaire. That was all lies. He wasn't as rich as what people think. Yeah, eugenics. Yeah. CERN. We've done lots of CERN stuff. I love talking about CERN. And we're still waiting for Sir Camley to come on and talk to us because he used to work at CERN.
Well,
I'm
did
still
you know
waiting.
they're going to build something even bigger now?
He's told, yeah, at CERN, but he told me there's other things going on that we don't know about. That are more doing more weird stuff than CERN. And me, Bailey. He's going to come and tell us, but he hasn't come and done it yet. Bunny Bully, Bully Bunny, Penny Bully.
Bully Bunny,
There
I
you
like
go.
that. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So,
It's just
you-
a harmless rabbit.
who, me?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm just harmless. I don't. Well, apparently I'm a bully. I'm a cyber bully. I got done for
Cyber
bullying
bully.
Bill Gates at one point.
I can't believe you just said that name.
I don't care. I think we can say that name, can't we?
No, everybody says Jill Bates.
Oh, call him Masturbates then.
Masturbates, yeah.
There we go.
That's probably safe.
Yeah, Probably.
Lost
See,
debates.
Bailey's worse than me. Aren't you? You're more clued up than me on these words.
Well, he is truly a very evil little man. I've had to
He
deal
is.
with
I
the
think he's
software
a
long enough. I'm amazed I haven't gone up there and taken him out myself.
yeah.
Really,
And
the
then
blight of Windows on the planet that he's pervaded, just horrible.
I think he's just a face for it. There's a lot of people now saying that the original one's dead. You know,
Definitely not a pretty face.
Hawkeye said it first. Moist. There you go, Hawkeye. Honestly, if you look at the pictures from 20 years ago, him and his missus, they don't look the same people. I think they're clones, and I think the real ones are dead.
Well, you should see when the FBI was interviewing him. He sure looked pretty suspicious.
When was that? Recently, or
Oh, no, that was many, many years ago.
was that when someone died on his land or something?
Hmm. I can't remember why they were asking him, why they had him.
It was because of that.
Was it because of that? Yeah.
Yeah, a kid died. Yeah,
Well, I would say he was
thanks,
guilty.
mate. Yeah,
just
they've
judging
never
from the
had their own
interview.
children either, have they? They've only ever adopted children.
Hmm.
It was their security guard. That was it. One of the kids died on their land, and they did the security guard for it. One of his security murdered this kid. He just happened to work for them, and the kid had spent lots of time on his ranch. It's all very suspicious.
If they're cloned, they might not be dead still. Because I wonder if part of this Hollow Earth thing, is like maybe they clone them so they can kind of go retire down there,
Maybe.
Like
I like your
everybody
thinking.
thinks they're running around killing each other all the time, but I think like they're probably more, they're all essentially see themselves as the same family. Even when they fight, they're still being buddy about it,
Yeah,
And like at the end of the day, I think it's just like, oh, maybe you said something you shouldn't or did something you shouldn't have. Now we got to put in a clone, and you're just gonna have to go sit over there,
Yep, I agree. I agree. And apparently there's lots of them. Take care, Dean. Dean. What am I saying Dean for? Tony Meep. I don't know why I've got Dean on the brain. This is because I'm so tired. I seen Delta Dawn and I came out with the wrong thing. We all need to bully Jilly Bates, masturbate. I heard that, Spear Thrower. He's another one. He's another one. Don't fall for him. Possible that Hollow Earth is new locked and sealed pyramid. Hollow Earth is the new. What do you mean locked and is the new locked and sealed pyramids? Is there? Can someone help me out here?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Good night, Emma. Lots of love, darling. Sleep well, sweetheart. Let me read that bit again. Hang on. Right, Bridget Blaine. Is it possible that Hollow Earth is the new locked and sealed pyramids? I don't know what that means. Do you mean that there's more pyramids down there? Take care, Tone. Lots of love, mate. Anyone? Bailey, can we ask your thoughts on the pyramids, please? Because we've had Jagzilla's. We haven't had mine yet, but what's yours?
I don't have like a strong thought on the pyramids. I think likely they were made as a structure for propagating energy. Like that shape or a sphere is probably arguably perfect for propagating energy. But if you want to propagate energy in a specific direction, I think the pyramid, the triangle shape is probably better because you're going to focus the energy in the direction that the faces are facing, while a sphere is going to disperse it evenly all around you, right? So if we think about it that way, I think like if you really want to know what the pyramids are about, you probably just have to figure out what stars are they designed to face, right? Or is it actually, energy propagation from inside the Earth? Because the base of it could be propagating energy out. Like maybe it's a power system. Maybe it's funneling power from the core of the Earth. We don't really know.
You don't know. Yeah, you're right. What if they are? Yeah, Tesla's towers. What if they are something to do with Hollow Earth, like, and that they are, like some sort of radar system, either like that it goes underground. What if there were holes under there to go down to Hollow Earth? You know, underneath the pyramids.
Well, there definitely are halls under there, right? Because you're not even allowed to go into them. Like they have, you can see ladders down into halls below them that people aren't allowed to go into. Some people say there's UFOs in there. There's a UFO right below it. Some people say that's like a big thing people are talking about now. Is that there's always been a UFO right below Giza. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and there's also the people think they're only in Egypt as well, but they're not, are they? They're everywhere. And they're in China. They're in Europe.
South America.
Yeah, South America. Yeah, you're right.
North America.
And Russia don't let people go there, do they? I watched a documentary on that.
Yeah.
You know that? And China.
There's a lot of places we aren't
planted
allowed to
trees
go.
all over them and try to cover
Have
them up. They have, yes.
What do you say, Bailey? Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, carry on, sweetheart.
Oh, I was just going to say there's a lot of places, up north or down south you're not allowed to go. A lot of why you're not. No, in the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that Antarctica is an example of that because not only because of I think they tend to hide things there because there's a secret they keep that's bigger than even Hollow Earth. Like Jag was saying earlier, is there's probably 2 or 3 suns, but we can't see one of them because it's the dark sun, right? And that sun is essentially like a negative energy funnel, so you can't see it, but you can see refractions of light around it, right? So you look at like the sundog effect. A lot of people think the sundog effect is actually refractions of light against the second sun, and they say that you can't go to Antarctica. The most ancient reason is simply based on the fact that if you went to Antarctica, you'd be like, yeah, that's a physical ball in the sky. Why doesn't anyone ever talk about this?
Yeah, and apparently there's 6 months of the year they don't have. Good night, Nadia. Speak to you soon, darling. I've not been on Discord today. Sorry, it's just been a bit of a crazy day again. Sorry, I've just sent you a message on Discord, Jagzilla. Can you get on there?
Sure.
Okay. God, my brain's not working now. Sorry. Yeah. Good night, Nadia. I wanted to know Nadia's opinion on this. Nadia, maybe you could come on another night and talk about guinea pigs on my other channel. We could talk about this because you've got guinea pigs, and I love them and everything else. But do you think they could be made in a lab? What do you? I know she loves them, so she won't say anything bad about them. I love them as well. I'm just being realistic. Sorry. Yeah. Have you heard about the fact that there's a part of Antarctica that only has sun for 6 months? It doesn't have any night. Have you guys heard this?
Well, you have extremely long days during the summer and very short ones during the winter.
No, but they don't have any night for 6 months. They only have light. They don't have any night time. Sorry?
The sun never goes below the horizon.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, I just wondered if you find that interesting.
Yeah, it's all relative to the position of the Earth as opposed to the sun. Yeah, like if Earth is round, then it's spinning around, at a specific axis where the relatively, Antarctica is like in the sun for 6 months and then out of the sun for 6 months or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But then if you do believe in the apparently spiders can still survive. Yeah, we watched a video once on one of my live streams, and there's fish that live in the water. Bees were made in a lab. Maybe, Tom. Killer bees. There's fish that survive, in Antarctica, and their blood is literally got the same components in it as antifreeze, and they've actually been taking the blood out of these fish and making different types of antifreeze. Did you know that?
That's pretty cool. I mean, maybe not the making antifreeze out of it, but the rest is kind of cool.
Yeah. It's crazy that it's so cold down there. It's it's crazy, isn't it? Not
Supposedly the
sure
coldest
even.
place on Earth.
Yeah, and that they were literally surviving down there. Trying to work out what state you were from. What state? Oh yeah, what state? Utah. Yeah, because you're in Hawaii, aren't you still?
Yeah, I'm from Utah. I live in San Francisco, but I'm in Hawaii right now.
That must be so cool. Is it dead cool over there in Hawaii?
Is it what?
Is it cool? Is it awesome? Is it like tropical?
It's not cool. It's nice and warm.
Yeah, I know, but like I just love to go
Couldn't
there.
help it.
I know. Is it just like? Is it what you imagine it like?
Well, I'm in Oahu, which I think is the least Hawaii of all of the islands, you know?
Yeah, I've heard that.
So the area I'm in, it kind of just feels like another big city. I want to go to Maui, but it's pretty
Yeah.
chill here. There's beaches. They're fake beaches, but there's beaches. You know, they moved, at least on Oahu, there weren't any beaches, and they moved all of the sand on Oahu was moved from San Diego to make the beaches. And that kind of grosses me out, like man-made beaches. Just why did they
Well,
ruin this place? You know.
I mean, most beaches are man-made. They wouldn't exist because of the tidal forces.
Well, what I mean is like bringing sand over from California is
That's
another
extreme.
level.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty extreme. But maybe that explains why the high prices in Hawaii. They had to pay for all that sand they shipped over there. I don't know.
It's just like one of the like
That was the
most
thing that bothered me about it.
Was that a joke?
It was, yes.
I thought it was.
But again, the expensive things, that's one thing I don't like about Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like one of the most extreme examples of, the problems of having these concrete jungles to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's
It's
got the
sad
bird?
that
I can
they
hear birdies. Who's got the
Paved.
birdies?
They put up a parking lot to pave over paradise. What does that song go? Something like that. They put up a parking lot and paved over paradise. Yeah, there we
I've
go.
not heard that.
That's literally
maybe.
what they did.
That's literally what they did. Yeah.
Oh,
I
paved
don't
over
know. Do you see
paradise.
the
Yeah.
mental? Does this seem to me like or to you as a sane act? I mean, why would you take a paradise and turn it into an asphalt jungle?
You
That's
did that to
it's insane.
in Egypt as well, didn't they? Hold on a sec. Hold on. I just need to. You two carry on.
So yeah, so how are you liking Hawaii? The weather must be nice there today. Probably about sunny and 80.
I am not a fan of Hawaii.
It's a little too humid for you.
Personal opinion.
Yeah,
No,
a
it's
bit
just
sticky.
maybe
Yeah.
different islands, like I said,
Oh, yeah. No, I understand what you're saying.
But yeah, I don't know. I think the Hollow Earth and I think Antarctica is like where the most of the mysteries are going to be found, Like out of everywhere, Antarctica or maybe the North Pole are probably the most mysterious, I would say. Or maybe Greenland, but probably North Pole or Antarctica. The weird thing, though, is everybody talks about Antarctica, so I almost wonder if the North Pole is really where people should be like, what's going on there,
Yeah, someone else said that, but then people say that that's in the middle. The flat Earth people.
Well, some of them say that it's on the outside, because most people say that it's on the middle because they think that there's more land, so that must be the outside. But other people will say, hey, they lie about how much land is up north. And so there's some debate there. Yeah?
Yeah, but then they say that Antarctica goes all the way around. Do you know what I mean? So north, south, east, west.
Well, yeah, but the reason they say that is because Antarctica has more potential space, right? So, but if you do the math, it doesn't really all add up to go all the way around unless they're lying about space somewhere. And if they're lying about space somewhere, then the question goes back to, okay, well, is it North America? I mean, North Pole or South Pole? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
It's this is why I like having Tommy on, because he explains a lot of this, and he's good night, Delta Dawn. Lots of love, darling. I'll send you some of my thoughts. Yeah, you're very welcome. So we can talk about stuff like that. So you're very welcome to come up one night if you want to talk about it. This is what I mean. We can mix in the things we're allowed to talk about with the things that we're not allowed to talk about, and then we just sort of ease them in with code. You see, when they come on this channel and they see we're talking about aliens and flat Earth and hollow Earth, they think, oh, they're just a bunch of tinfoil hat wearers. They're all right. But do you know what I mean? We have to go under the radar a little bit and keep
This
it
is what
light-hearted.
not to interrupt you, but this is what the mob would do. The mob would have a phone conversation, let's say for 15
Yes.
20 minutes about nothing, right? And then after about 20 minutes, they knew the feds weren't listening in anymore, and they would start talking about what they needed to.
There you go. That's what we have to do. So I've got used to it now. I've been doing it that long. I'm just used to doing it. But so far, touch wood, I've never had a stream taken down. They just get me for the... So I've had to delete all my old videos that are anything other than animals. Even like news articles that have got nothing to do with the banned topics. Just because they'll just use it against me. So, Sodom. Right, so... what was I going to ask you now? What do you think that... Do you believe in space though, Bales? Do you believe in like aliens and UFOs and all that stuff? What's your thoughts on that?
I think most of the extraterrestrials are from inner Earth. I think that I don't think the Earth's round. Like, I think there's enough information to be wary about that. You know, everything from the Bible saying that Earth is immovable, to, you know, not the flight logs, the logs of people who've supposedly navigated the circumference of the Earth not being accurate. To, I mean, I just think I think it's more of a concave Earth thing, but hollow Earth at the same time. I think it's kind of the two. But as far as space goes,
Concave.
I think it exists, but I think there's like a barrier, if you will, that we're not allowed to go through. So the whole space kind of like travel thing is mostly kind of like maybe not fake, but over exaggerated, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I do.
You know, one thing that's interesting is like, you know, when you zoom in on the moon, it looks like water rippling over it. And people say, oh, that's just the atmospheric conditions against, you know, over that much space causing, you know, waving. But it's like, okay, well, the atmosphere ends how far? And why can't I take pictures of things without that at the end of the atmosphere? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a really like solid excuse. I think space is, you know, the Bible talks about how they separated the waters from the waters, right? I think it's more like space is like a layer of water that it's like a fluid. Maybe water is the wrong word, but it's like a
Yeah.
thick fluid, you know, that we aren't allowed to get to, essentially.
It could be.
And I could be proven wrong. Like, I don't got any proof of this, but, you know, just in my personal experience trying to like take photos of Mars or take photos of the moon and all these things, it's like, okay, why does it always look like I'm trying to shoot a photo through water? It's kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah, you're right, and we don't know what's up there, do we? You know, I don't think the space goes on and on and on. I think this is just whatever's up there. I don't think the planets are what they say they are, and I think that there's only our solar system, and maybe each what they call a planet does something. Like the moon is the control ship, and we get different types of energy from different what they call planets. And it could be some sort of weird, like you say, like gravity and that. It's almost been like in water, isn't it? You know, when they say there's no gravity, are they actually? Is it some sort of fluid or something? Like, you could be right.
Yeah. Well, when people say there's no gravity, people argue a lot about that, but I think they miss the point in that argument, because even you saying it, I know someone's going to comment and be like, "There's gravity. What are you talking about?" You know. It's like, well, yeah, there's gravity in the sense where if I jump, I'll come back down, but nobody's proven what that really is, you know?
Yeah, I think. Well, have you heard what Tommy's told us about it all with the gravity? He's done lots of tests, and he doesn't just say it. He's actually done tests on gravity, and he's explained how it all works. Have you ever watched? Have you ever seen him when he's been explained it all?
I haven't seen him explain it. I've seen people explain it as like, oh, well, it's a factor of the expanding universe and stuff like that.
Yes.
But I haven't heard what he says.
We'll have to get him and Brian on. He's done his own tests. He's done lots of his own studies and stuff. It's really interesting how he's explained it all. He said something about gravity couldn't exist because the space is a vacuum or something. But obviously they're not here, so well, they do want to come and do another flat Earth night. I think Brian does. So Brian was going to try and come on tonight as well.
There's a lot of people who think that Earth is like inside out, right? So it's still a ball, but we're on the inside, not the outside, right?
Yeah, I can't
And
get my
so
head around that.
with that theory, they say gravity is actually the centrifugal force of it spinning, right? Which is one interesting one. There's a lot of different theories on gravity, you know, but none
Well,
of them
could
have been proven. I mean,
could you
but at the
have
same
that
time,
one?
sorry,
What do you think of that one?
I don't think the Earth is a ball that we're inside of.
Right.
I think it's more of a concave / hollow model, kind of a mix between the two. Like if we were inside of like a giant meteor impact, you know, like I think Earth's a lot bigger than they tell us is the real trick to it all.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing that I don't like about flat earthers is they'll say, you know, oh well, we pointed a camera across from Seattle to Portland or whatever it was, like across the ocean, and look, the curvature is different. And I'm like, okay, all you did was prove that the ball is bigger. You know, so there's a lot more work that needs to go into figuring it out.
Yeah, but if you look at what the global people say on the globe model, they say that the way that the horizon works is it dips every 8 mile. So if you use the globe model, then that would be impossible. Is what they're saying. You know, the way you're saying like the Earth's bigger and that.
I mean, at the end of the day, they still pointed at thousands of miles and saw the same thing sitting at the same level they were at. So it still doesn't add up.
No, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? But I would love to get like a globe, a hollow and a flat. So not a debate, because I don't like debates and arguing and stuff. Just hearing people's theories, because it could all be right, a little bit right, and we could end up working it out. You know, there's probably little bits of everything that could be correct. Like there could be really planets, as in the globe model, there's planets, but then we don't move. So then you've got part of it as right, but then there could be a hollow. I believe there is something under there. We've only ever drilled down 7.6 miles. Just under 8 miles we've drilled down. We've never gone any further. We haven't got the technology to go beyond that because the rock gets too hard. So that's what they say anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's a good way to hide the hollow Earth.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, you'll like this movie. Trust me, you'll like it. It's really good.
The other thought is a lot of people, I'll check out the movie. A lot of people talk about the shape of, you know, like why even argue about the shape of the Earth until you know what it is? Because like there's other theories that it's like we call it a ball or whatever we want to call it because we can't conceptualize the real shape. Like it's a interdimensional thing at some point, which is an interesting thing to think about, I think.
Yeah, like a simulation, you mean?
Sorry?
A four-dimensional shape, you actually can't see a four-dimensional shape when you're in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, like some people say it's an 8-dimensional torus, which is an interesting idea.
I don't know what that means. What's a torus?
Donut.
A torus is like 2 donuts kind of next to each other.
Oh, yeah.
For lack of a better example. Yeah. But, you know, especially if you take that and make it 8-dimensional, then it's like, how are you going to represent that, right?
Yeah, I can't describe an 8th-dimensional, but a 4th-dimensional would be kind of like you pull the outside of the donut through the middle. But again, you wouldn't be able to perceive this if you're only in 3 dimensions. Only if you're in that 4th dimension could you see that bending of the shape inward onto itself. Yeah,
so then if you think of it that way, inner Earth is even not the right idea. Like hollow Earth wouldn't be the right idea in that model because you're really talking about just walking straight ahead and all of a sudden you're in a whole different plane, right?
Exactly, that's right.
Which is interesting.
Or it's all actually in the same plane. You just can't perceive the other plane as you enter in or walk along it. You just don't see the change of it.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, I've put the link in if anybody wants to add anything. It's down for another 20 minutes and I'm going to go. They always use long distance over water because refraction fuzzes the image so the things appear.
What do you think about Hollow Earth, Bunny?
I think I've not looked into it enough, but from what I've seen, I think it's very likely. But I do believe that we are not floating around space, and I don't believe that we went to the moon. I don't believe we've got a little golf buggy running around Mars. I believe in the flat Earth model, but not in the way that a lot of the flat earthers say it. I just think we're just not moving. Not necessarily flat. We are
Yeah.
here. There is a solar system. There are things, whether they're planets or whatever they are. And I think, the sun is obviously a source of energy. For all we know, the way that the pyramids are faced, and they all point towards the stars, don't they? So there's obviously something going on there. And I believe there's giants and stuff as well. Oh, Bridget, you're so sweet.
Yeah, I think it's probably stationary too, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Because, there's a lot of weirdness around Einstein admittedly not being able to prove heliocentric or geocentric theory, sorry.
He admitted it, didn't he?
Yeah, he legit admitted I can't prove it. And, he had a good reason to not be able to prove it. But at the end of the day, if they put out an idea, it can't be proven, and then they just keep going with it, that's like a sign that you're being lied to, if you ask me.
Yeah, you're right. And then their only proof was when they went to the moon. But people don't realise that before that it was just a theory. Space was just a theory, and then they said they went to the moon. Oh, well, that's ended it then. There's no debate now. That's it. And we're just going to teach people that. But
yeah, and that whole thing's pretty questionable at this point.
Which bit? The moon bit?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so, yeah, it was talking about this the other night. It's so obvious. Thanks, Craig. She looked like a womble as well. She had a big fuzzy mane. She was amazing. Yeah, I really miss her. So we're talking about my rabbits and about wombles. And do you know what wombles are, you guys over there? Do you have wombles? You ever seen a womble?
No idea what you're talking about.
It's a kids'
Nope, none
cartoon
whatsoever.
thing. Yeah, I didn't think you would.
Very provincial.
Yeah. Newest Star Wars project was Vassar. Yeah, I honestly, the moon and the stars and all this space stuff is quite new. Thank you, Bridget. No, I know you wasn't. None of you guys knew, but every time I read chat, it was making me want to cry, and I was thinking, they don't know. I need to tell them. Yeah, she's been dead a couple of years, and that was awful. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, I do think there's stuff under there. And I can't say about the film, can I? Okay, I'm going to shut up now. But yeah, why do all the presidents have to go to Antarctica as well? Why is that?
I think that's a good point, that the whole space aspect of it is fairly new, because everything else is an old story. Like all the extraterrestrials, everything, they're all an old story. Like mantis beings, locusts from the bottomless pit in the Bible. Bug beings has been there since forever. They're supposedly Satan's army, or demiurge, or whoever you want to call him. But, there's a serpent race, reptilians. All these races have existed throughout eternity in the Bible, in, the Nag Hammadi, whatever you want to look at. Like old scriptures all talk about it. And the only thing new is space. The one exception is there's some scriptures that say not to worship the people in the stars. But like that's about the closest thing to space that you really get in most religious cycles. So it seems to me like this whole idea that aliens are from space is to hide the fact that they're really from here.
Yeah, I think you're right about them coming from underground, or through different portals. There's been lots of portals seen, hasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I think demons are essentially what we call the tall grays or something, probably, and those are probably extra dimensional, while the mantis, if you want to call them that, are probably from underground. The reptilians probably live underground, and
Mars,
they come up here and mess with us, but like at the end of the day, we're just like some weird animals up top.
Yeah. I reckon the greys are some sort of little droid that help them.
The tall ones.
Yeah, the greys.
Yeah, a
Is
lot of
it
people
the-
think. Sorry.
Carry on. No, I was going to say isn't the little greys and big greys, or are they all just
Yeah,
Well,
no,
the
you're
little
right.
grays are different from the big ones. Sorry, go ahead,
okay?
Jack.
A gray. That's what she was asking. The A gray's a subservient class that was created by the big grays. That's what you're asking, right, Penny?
Oh, maybe.
Most of the theories I've heard are actually the tall grays are subservient, essentially drones, and the small grays are the actual intelligent like beings, and they're a separate race completely. Like some people even go as far to say that the tall grays were disclosed through the movie Avatar, where people literally like jack into them and just walk around in drones, living the experience of that being it for that moment, right? Which is kind of an interesting idea, because if you think about Avatar, it's a very similar story to a lot of people talking about the tall grays being drones. And I was abducted, and I can tell you in my experience, they seemed kind of robotic in a way. Like the one thing I remember better than anything about them is that their eyes were pure black, like almost like obsidian ball, except for through the center, the what we'll call the iris really just looked like a blue laser shooting through the center of it, like a really fine laser. And the fact that it looks like a laser leads me to think that that's not a natural thing.
It'd be biomechanical.
Bye,
Yeah,
Itchy
exactly.
Witchy. Good night, mate. Sorry, guys. I'd just like to say good night if someone's going in chat. Take care, bud. Bailey, that was another thing I wanted to ask you. Will you talk about that or not? About what happens to you? Because don't they come quite often?
I don't know how often they come anymore. I was abducted like nightly for like 4 years between the age of 8 and 12. And for the most part, I don't remember anything that happened aside from peeking at one once, because I would kind of just like lay under my covers all the time, staring at the clock. I started staring at the clock when I realized time jumped, and I always knew like around 3:14 a.m. That's when time would jump to 6:52 a.m. So it was just like
Wow.
every night, 3.5 hours disappeared consistently. But it started when I was 8, and I never actually had the courage to look out at them until I was like 11 and a half. And like I peeked for like 1 second, and it like creeped me out so much that I never looked again. So I don't really
Did you
have a
ever
lot
get
of experience
cameras
of like being on a ship or anything, but well, no, I was
Oh, you
my
was in a
my
little.
family didn't have cameras. This is 1993.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
8 years
We
old.
didn't either.
Yeah, so from 93 to 97, this happened.
Wow.
But yeah, and I would have a lot of visions, and I have like a pretty strong ability to do like remote viewing. Like I remote viewed Antarctica in 2019. But I think the big thing is like at the end of the day, whatever it was, because I also am open to the idea maybe it's like a MK Ultra military thing, but like at the end of the day, every night for 4 years, something will come in my room, and then at 3:14 or around there, the time would just jump to 6:52, and people say, "Oh, maybe you just fell asleep, and that's why it's 6:52 now." And I'm like, well, if I fell asleep at 3:14, I probably wouldn't wake up at 6:52 every night. That's unreliable. Like,
you
and at
see-
the same time, it's also like you're just staring at the clock, and literally it just jumps. You're not like waking up and looking at the clock again,
Did you see
So-
it come in? Did you say something would come in? Did you actually ever see anything come in before the time jumped?
Yeah, the one time that I peeked, I saw a gray walk into my room through the door.
Oh,
And it
big
was so
one.
creepy that tall one. This is like 5'6", 5'7". I think that's the tall ones. And so when that happened, I was like, well, I'm never looking at that again, because it creeped me out to my core. Their skin was like it's bluish and like dolphin kind of texture. Like you can tell it's like dolphin skin because of the way light bounces off of it. Like if you put a light at like a soft surface, it looks different than a hard surface, right? So, or if you point it like at our skin versus a dolphin skin, you're going to see a difference. So I always related it to like a blue dolphin skin, and like the other weird thing about them was that their legs and arms were like unusually long and lanky, and like extremely thin, like maybe thinner than like maybe like a quarter of what ours are. You know, it was like too thin for me to believe that that's actually like a real, like a human in a suit or anything. You know.
Yeah, I don't think it was a human in a suit. And did you
Yeah.
ever have? Did you say you found like little chips and that, haven't you? In your arm and stuff, or can we not
Yeah,
talk
well,
about that?
there's been a thing in my arm since for a long time now, and you know, people don't believe me, but then I let them
I
feel it,
do.
and you can literally feel it in well, in general, you know, like people I tell about it, I'm like, yeah, there's things in my arm, and they're like, no, it's not, and you know, I'm like, okay, well, feel it. Sorry, I have a sneeze. All right, we got that out. Sorry. So
Bless
they
you.
they feel my arm right, and like they're like, well, that's weird because it feels like a little oval piece of metal in my arm. So back in January, I got an X-ray of my arm, and there's something there. We don't
I
know what it
remember, yeah.
is.
You showed us.
Yeah. So I don't know what it is, but I'm considering maybe getting it removed.
How deep is it?
It's not that deep. It's like probably like the same as a subdermal implant, if I had to guess. So
Half
it's not
inch.
like, yeah, it's enough that if you pinch the skin, you can feel it there. You know, it's pretty weird. And you know, there was an experiment I did where I put a electromagnetic frequency detector next to it, and it seems to like broadcast something every 1500 milliseconds, which is really weird. Like
A ping.
consistently it pings something or something's pinging it. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, if it's not that deep, you might want to consider it. I wouldn't if it's any, if it's down in your body. I wouldn't let anybody hack into me too deep. But that sounds like something that could be done under a local anesthetic. You don't need to be knocked out for it.
Yeah, I have a doctor that's willing to take it out. I just don't know if I should or not.
I think I would.
Curiosity did kill the cat, but I guess I would want to find out. I mean, don't you, Bailey? Don't you have some drive or motivation to get to the bottom of things?
Well, there's a couple reasons why I'm a little curious as to whether I should or shouldn't. And one of them is, the first thing is, they say that I can keep it after they take it out, whatever it is, right? But if they take it out and then I can't keep it, they have it or whatever, then like, great, now I don't have it, I can't investigate, right? So the second point of it is most of the, I will like say that I think a lot of Hollywood and a lot of the movies are all soft disclosure. Like, it's consistently the same stories being broadcast around the same times in different ways, kind of to get people kind of like to think through something, because if they have technology to look into the future, which I think they do, then the next step is to say, okay, well, we can see these different timelines because there's not just one timeline, and we want to guide consciousness on a certain path. So that's where predictive programming, I think, becomes the tool they use to try to show people things from the futures that they want to head to. And I think they use Hollywood to do that. So
What you talk about, you bring about.
yeah, exactly. Right. So if you show people something and they're like, whoa, that seems so cool, I hope to make that one day, then that's their goal now, right? They were programmed to make that. So the weird thing about Hollywood, though, is like consistently when people have chips inside of them, it's used to track them, but it's also generally a good thing aside from the tracking. Like, I don't want to spoil any movies, but there's one movie where a bunch of people had them in them, and that's because they were the people that needed to be saved when the end of the world happened. And now we're here at this wonderful reset
Seems
that I
like
can't
we're
say the
pretty
name
close to
of.
it. Yeah, right.
And the other side of it is there are people who talk about it as like a the dark awakening, right? Which it could also be related to making sure that some people who are victims of MK Ultra aren't actually they don't become part of the dark awakening, right? So most of the like deeper kind of disclosure stuff about this makes me think actually if you remove that, you might be in a worse position, because it's might maybe there to actually block certain signals, not to harm you.
What
Again,
do you
like you said,
think,
maybe to tag you
Jaxilla?
for that time of when they're going to take everything onto an ark or something, just before everything gets wiped out.
That's essentially the story of. I don't want to say the movie because I don't want to spoil it for people, but yeah, that is like a consistent Hollywood story is that they put these implants in people and then they go and find them and they save them when this wonderful reset happens. I'm calling it that so we don't call it what it really is. I don't think we're allowed to say that.
Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we have to think of something else, won't we? Call
Yeah.
it the gate reset, because we know that Gates is involved. Maybe
I think those things are too dangerous because you know these NLP algorithms detect small subtle changes in the way you say things. You know,
Yeah.
because they have to be changed to detect potential fluctuations in the way that people inflect with saying things. Right. So if there's like a potential for an accent to say it that way, it'll detect it still. Right.
Yes, right. To be able to decipher human speech, it has to be able to handle the tonal inflections.
Yeah, so it's dangerous to even say similar things. So I always like throwing a word like pancake earth or wonderful reset, you know?
Yeah, wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah, and then if they notice that one, I'm only saying a compliment to the wonderful powers that be, right?
Well, at least, I mean, at minimum, you're being sarcastic, and what can they do about that, right? Sarcasm is not banned on YouTube.
Well, don't
No,
tell
it's
them I'm
not.
being sarcastic. They're not supposed to know.
No, they may figure it out on their own, Bailey. I mean, don't blame me for letting the cat out of the bag.
You can't let Pandora back into the box.
Yeah, that they will latch on soon that we are using code. But yeah, okay. So we can't call it that. But isn't it frustrating though that they call it that themselves? They actually called it that, but we can't say that. Just like we can't say Build Back Better. They just said it.
Yeah, but they're like, okay, same team, it's fine.
Yeah, but then we were talking about it in a positive light. We could talk about it then. So we were all, yay! You know, let's get the reset going and let's all have our jibbity jabs and you know, we would be
sleep.
okay. Let's get the blue pill. Yay! Let's get rid of that red pill. How could you ever go back to being a blue-pilled person, though? You couldn't, could you?
You can't, no.
You can't do it.
It's like the movie The Matrix, right? Once you're ejected from the pod, there's no going back.
There's no way back. I don't think a chip is here. Do you know what, though, Bales? I was telling you, there's something wrong with my arm, and we don't know what's wrong with it. But this arm is swollen to twice its size. And it is so painful, and sometimes I can't move my fingers. Like, it's so swollen up. It's that swollen that when I touch it there, I can't actually feel anything. It's just fluid. And I've had, like, scans and x-rays, and they just keep saying there's pockets of inflammation along the bone, but they don't know why. And you can actually feel the lumps. You can feel it less and less now because it's that swollen, but what's that about? Do you think I've got them as well?
You're probably just a super soldier. They're just building up muscle for you.
I wish it was.
I'm
muscle.
joking.
I know. Do you know what it feels like? It feels like, you know, like when someone's cuts your blood supply off and they're putting elastic band around my wrist and then everything's building up behind it. It feels like that. It's so painful. The only thing that settles it is ice. But I did.
I think you need to insist on a functional MRI, Penny. That's when they scan you real time with a.
I've had that, I think.
A dye.
I don't know.
Well, I would also encourage you to get the images. Don't rely on these people having all your data. And,
I haven't
got yourself.
I haven't got the scan, but when I was my X-ray, I took a photo when the doctor was out the room. I took a photo of my X-ray. Really, I keep meaning to send it to Bailey. I found it again now, Bailey. I'll send it to you. To me, it just looks all jagged and horrible. So, Tasha's back. Hello, Tasha. She's come back.
Tasha's awake. Hi, Tasha.
She's back again, but not for long. Yeah, so it's really interesting. I've seen yours, haven't I, Bailey? That sounded really wrong. I've seen your X-ray.
Yeah, there's something there. I don't know what it is. But
should we put it up on the screen? Is there a way of
if you want
sharing
to?
it?
I don't know how this program works. No, I don't have a way to do it on this program.
I'll do it next time. What about if I made a little video?
You could do it through Discord.
Yeah, she could do, but then I can't get Discord on
You'd have to then
No.
download the image yourself. Yeah, right.
I
To show
can't.
it on your computer.
Yeah, because I use my phone for Discord and I use my Chromebook for this.
Well, I can
Well, I
send
am
you it.
tonight.
Email, yeah.
No, on
Yeah.
Discord.
So,
Could you email it me? Because let me just see what
that would be
emails
better
I've
for the
got.
phone, no? You got your phone hooked into your Gmail account?
No,
You
I'm not.
want
But
my
I'm
phone or email?
no. I'm not streaming on my
I
phone.
mean,
I don't have
Discord
my
or
phone.
email?
If I
Well,
give
no,
you, sorry.
I was just going to say that you've got your Gmail hooked into your phone. In other words, it's when you log on to your phone.
Yeah, but I'm not streaming on my phone. I'm streaming on my laptop. So Discord's out the question.
Drop it. Oh,
Well,
you
no,
don't have Discord on your laptop? Okay.
with email, I'm
Right,
saying.
let me.
I'll just give
Sorry.
you a link.
Right, what I'm going to do, Bailey. Yeah. Hang on, let me get back onto that. I'm going to send you a message on Discord. Okay? Are you there? Are you listening? Hello? Bailey?
I can
Are you
hear you.
there?
Hello.
Oh, okay. Right. I'm going to send you a message on Discord with... why aren't you coming up in my messages? That's weird. Right. Found you. I'm going to send you a message. Now, I want you to email it to this email address because it's not one that I use all the time. It's one of the ones that I don't give out. Oh, hang on.
Alrighty.
Oh, hang on. No, I can give you the main one. Yeah, I can give you the main one. It's fine. So, do you want it in Discord? I've hooked it up, apparently. Right. I've given you the one that I use for YouTube. Apparently, I've done it. So, if you can... Awesome. You send it to that, and then I can open it. Right, back to that. I'm too organised for myself. Right, then. What time is it? Right, 3:15. Oh, who's still here? 29
You're always
people.
up so late. It's only 4 p.m. here.
It's 3:15 here.
3 a.m., huh? Almost
I
12
know.
hours off from Hawaii.
Wow. What? So yeah. So what? Not 11 hours. What time are you at again, Jagzilla?
I'm sitting about, I think it's about 7 p.m. here.
So you're what? Are
It's
you
going
9
7:30.
hours? 7, 8, 8, 9,
Yeah, Hawaii's
10,
on its
11,
own,
12.
it's so far out in the ocean. I forget
Yeah.
how many hours it's behind the United States, of the continental United States.
Isn't it weird how Hawaii is almost round again to China? You're
Yeah, at
not
least
far,
halfway
are you?
there.
You're not far, but then
China's
You can't-
close.
you can't go. This is what I've never got about the globe model. You can't go that way, can you? You can't. You can't go,
You can.
can you?
Yeah. But
When
that doesn't really say the globe model's right. That just means that everything's connected in a flat world too, right? Like you could go around a flat, like if you put a piece of paper on the ground, you could draw a circle around it, right? Same thing.
But when they're flying somewhere, they always fly a certain way, don't they? So
I think
if
they try to
you
fly
were,
with the jet stream. Save energy.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
more
understand it
about,
all.
like you're saying, it's more about wind and stuff, but it's also probably about hiding whatever they don't want us to see.
Yes. There you go.
Did you get my email?
Let's have a look. Yes. Oh, there's 2 of them, is there?
Yeah, just because people will see it and be like, "Oh, that's just a scratch on the camera." The second one is
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
"Okay,
yeah.
well, it's in a different spot on the same camera." So,
Yeah. Oh,
You
God,
know.
what have I just pressed?
it's possible it's something naturally occurring, but it's very unlikely. I haven't ever been like shot there, which was the first question they asked. Is like, "Have you been shot? It looks like a piece of metal in your arm." And I'm like, "No, I haven't been shot. I've never put any metal in my arm."
Yeah.
You know,
Was
no
there
usage of drugs, nothing like that.
I know this sounds like a far out possibility, but no more far out than what you're suggesting, certainly. Piece of meteorite. I know that sounds weird, but I actually found cases of people digging them out of their body. We're getting hit by the stuff constantly, so it's possible you could have been struck and didn't even realize it. Thought it was a bug bite or something at the time.
I doubt it. I don't think so. But I mean,
Again, chemical analysis on the object will prove what it is.
yeah.
That's why
But
I
I mean,
encourage
like,
you to
even
look.
if it's a piece of meteorite, it's a question now of, hey, could they also, just because it's metals that occur in meteorites doesn't mean it's not designed to do something. And then also, why is it emitting frequencies out of it?
Right, so first question is, can everyone see that there? I'm doing my circle. Right. First question is, did you have pain first? Was it irritating you? Is that why you got the X-ray? Or did you just notice it and then think that
No, it's just
hurts?
been there for so long, and like I brought it up, talking about my abductions, and person referred me to a doctor that actually gave me the chance to have it looked at as radiology, which is something that is pretty hard to get. No one else wanted to look at it, so when I had the opportunity, I was like, yeah, go ahead and look at it. If you zoom in, it's a pretty big image. You can see it
Won't
pretty
let
good.
me. Annoying.
Well, there's a plus sign there. Yeah.
Looks like you got a little bit
Oh
of
yeah, sorry.
degeneration in your elbow. Did you play tennis or something there?
No, that's just the camera. Yeah, they said all of my stuff is fine. There's no sign of any issues in my bones. The
There's
doctor's
two,
report.
look. The two.
No, it's one big thing, and it has like
Ah.
it looks like it's like it almost looks like a 3-leaf clover kind of shape. It's kind of weird. I mean, it could just be like something, but
Could be
I never hurt
something.
my hand there or anything. But I don't
be
know. It's
something.
been there for like a long time. I was in an environment that was supposed to block like radio frequencies, and my phone didn't work in there. And then I took my phone out, and we still measured frequencies coming out of it. So it's kind of weird. It was localized to that same spot.
Were you around people shooting guns? Maybe it's a piece of shrapnel.
You think they put a radio frequency bullet? Shot me with that?
The radio frequencies could be because it's you're getting electricity being generated because of its interaction with the body.
Inside of a Faraday cage? I mean, maybe. I doubt it.
Well, it's coming from you.
Exactly every 1,500 milliseconds? I don't know.
Yeah, the timing, that's very strange.
Also, a Geiger counter also went off, which is nice.
Really? That's mad, isn't it? The counter went off.
That was
What,
near my
by that?
neck, which is weird. Like,
Oh.
why would a Geiger counter be going off near my neck?
Right, let me just
Your
see.
thyroid's full of Fukushima radiation?
Probably, yeah.
Right, so there's a
All of
different
our thyroid.
angle.
Sorry?
Okay. Sorry, I'm saying there's a different angle there. I don't know if you guys have got to that yet. It's a bit of a delay. So I've opened up the other one now. Can we see that?
Yeah.
So-
So, I mean, it's weird that it's there. It's definitely a hard object. I mean, it feels like a metal oval object when you pinch it.
So you can feel it, yeah?
I've tried to squeeze it to the point of breaking it, and it just hurts my skin. It doesn't. You can't feel it itself, as far as I can tell. It's pretty weird. But
So-
having like seen an alien walk into my room, and I think the abduction was probably some government thing. Like maybe they just like abducted me and gave me LSD and told me it was aliens. But seeing the alien come in my room is where it gets a little weird because it had to have been a physical thing come in my room. I don't know.
Who knows? But everyone here who's not sure, Bailey has been abducted a lot over four years. It's stopped now though. When did it stop, Bales?
Well, it didn't stop. I just think they were better about me not knowing about it after those 4 years. Because the last time it happened was I knew it was in my room. It had come in. It was my 12th birthday. And I was like, I'm sick of this stuff. I'm 12 now. I'm going to be a grown up and I'm going to scare the thing out. And so I jumped out of my bed and then I blacked out and don't remember anything. And all I know is that was the first day that I ever had a seizure. So, within 12 hours of trying to spook whatever was in my room, I blacked out and don't remember what happened after that, and had a seizure that next day. So that's kind of weird. I had seizures like, monthly for 5 years. Then they kind of slowed down.
So how do you know they haven't stopped?
Sorry.
How do you know that they could have stopped?
Well, I don't know if if the seizures stopped or the abductions.
No, if they've stopped coming, if you don't remember.
Oh, I
could
doubt
have
they
stopped.
stopped coming. I had an incidence of missing time almost a year ago now, back in July 2020. 10 hours was gone. I don't know what happened. So I don't think they stopped. I think they just made sure that I didn't know about it next time,
Yeah, but they could have stopped. What I'm saying though.
They
So
could have.
You have had a missing time in July 2020.
And what was the previous time to that you can remember?
What do you
Prior to
mean?
2020? Well, what was the time before the 2020 incident? How far
Was it
back?
when you was a kid?
Do you have to
I
go
don't remember.
back to 12 or? Well, that's what I'm asking. You don't remember any other
Was it
from
between 8
12
and
to
12?
2020?
Sorry, what?
I said between the age, when you were 8. I'm not sure what year that was, but in the year 2020, you don't remember any other incidences between those.
Between when you was a
periods.
kid
Not
and
really.
2020. Did you live alone?
Yeah.
I was just thinking, is it worth you putting some cameras up now? Now it's modern time. That's why I
I
asked
have
you if
a-
you lived alone. Sorry.
Oh, I have a test coming up next month where they're going to put a camera on me for 3 days and read my brain waves and stuff to see if I have
Ah,
epilepsy. So we
really?
might find out more about that. They told me they'd give me the raw data, so that'll be fun to investigate.
When you say a camera, they're going to actually put a camera on you, or just you mean like just to test your brain?
Well, since I live alone, if I had a seizure, it's possible that I would be like, I wouldn't remember it because if it affects my memory, right,
Yeah.
then I wouldn't know. Also, it could be like what it probably is nowadays is more like a frontal lobe non-epileptic seizure. And so they want to see me when anything happens to see if they can see any signs visually, if the data shows anything unusual, right? So
Wow. And you
yeah,
ever thought about putting a camera in your house, or would that be too scary? Because I think I'd be
yeah,
too
I've done
scared.
that.
And did anything show up or not?
No, but it's not like. I mean, first of all, I don't know if. I want to be clear that I don't actually think the abductions are aliens.
Yeah. The
Like
government.
whatever an alien abduction is, that is what happened to me. But I actually think it's a government thing. I think like the first season of the show Stranger Things was disclosure about it.
Yeah, me.
I think that if they're coming, they're not going to do it when there's a camera or they have some way of killing the camera. I can tell you I've been. I don't know if I can say the word. People following me around, watching me, trying to mess with me.
Gang
Yeah,
stalked.
so I've been gang stalked since the abductions. So I think it's more like a modern MK Ultra.
Is Jack
If
here?
we're being
Jack
honest
was here
about it.
earlier. You know the guy I was telling you about?
Well, Bailey, I feel for you there because I've had the same thing happening for the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's like the weirdest part for me is that it's like normal because it's been happening to me since I was a kid. That it like at first, the first 10 years, I was just like, oh yeah, it's just how like the 3-letter agency runs around doing things to everybody.
Well,
Then I realized it was unusual, but
I'm
it's
unwilling to
a rough
disclose that
thing,
information here, but I think I can give you some ideas on how to thwart that to some extent. I've come up with my own algorithms to, because you don't want to waste a lot of your time in life to stop something. You want to make it quick and efficient. And I believe I have actually come up with, well, I might have mentioned it on one of the streams. I can certainly say that, the way of no way. Randomizing your activity and your patterns definitely helps to diminish or eliminate it, without a doubt.
yeah. My
you don't wanna have
patterns
this
are pretty
decision.
random anyway, but
Yeah, you don't want to have
I'd be
this-
happy.
Well, you'd be surprised at how
They've been following me around for 25 years, so I know the whole
broken recordish
thing
we
they
are.
do.
we really have a lot of tells. It's like playing a game of poker. You know what I'm saying? And so you may not be aware of your own tells, not until you really go through and analyze your behavior very carefully from the moment you get up to the moment you go to sleep and say, well, what am I going to do different today that I didn't do
Yeah, I've been
yesterday?
doing that. I mean, you got to remember, I was never blue pilled because I got abducted by aliens when I was 8, right? And I've been followed by agencies since I was 8. So
Mm.
all this is like, when they try to mess with me, I generally know, but I'm happy to share notes. But I've helped a lot of people get over it, you know, because it's really stressful when you don't know what's going on. But once you figure it all out, you're like, oh, well,
Yeah,
because it's all a fear tactic until they
right.
start
Then
injecting pain into you. But like, you know, even injecting pain is like, oh, well, I can't stop it, so I'm just going to ignore it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've got a bad attitude in life, and I don't like when people mess with me. So that's one of the reasons I can't let it go.
Yeah, well, that's the thing they'll target about you then. That's their job. Find your weakness and expose it.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
When they were giving me pain, you know, I just started like doing painful things to myself to point out I don't care. You know, I had my tongue split in half for fun without painkillers. I was like, mess with me. You
What?
can't do this. You know?
Who did that to you? The people.
I can't say who.
Oh,
No.
not. I'm on about not kids. Then you mean it was
Well,
done?
that's bifurcation. That's something you would do.
Yeah, I did it on purpose.
Yeah.
You know, I had someone do it with a scalpel. Cut my tongue in half.
I'm confused. Is this some
Don't
sort
be.
of
Never mind.
code?
My point is like, I don't care about pain. And so like when they like zap me with dews or whatever, which they don't do as much anymore. They did it a lot like 5 years ago. You know, that kind of stuff I don't care about. If
Yes,
they start
something
pushing
more, I
like
agree.
the things that kind of bother me still are like they'll like I've recorded tones that they create, so they'll create like 192 hertz tone, and you know that's the last time that I know for sure I was like abducted by them was I would say it was like May or June of 2020, and there was 192 hertz tone, and I was like, oh well, you know, whatever. And then like within 20 minutes of that tone starting, I just passed out at 7 p.m. when I wasn't even tired. And then I woke up an hour later with like a feeling like someone had like injected something on my foot. And I was like, okay, this is cool. So, you know, they do things like that. But at the end of the day, you can't stop it. And all you can do is stop paying attention to it. So that's what I do. You know, unless I want to like live in a Faraday cage.
A jar. Yeah.
Maybe not though.
Well, it depends on how much it's getting to you, right? At what extent you're willing to go to eliminate it.
Yeah, I kind of
If
like
you have the
take.
ability to just let it roll off your back like water off a duck's back, then that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I kind of find humor in the fact that they put this much effort into me not caring anymore. Honestly, after this long, it's not like anything you care about. You're like, yeah, it's just another fact of life, you know?
I find it humorous they would just waste so much energy. I'm like, really?
Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
Don't
am
you have
interested
something better
in
to
why
do?
they coordinate this, right? Like, why do they follow people around is something I'm interested in. And how it probably plays into the alien abduction scenario, right? Because there's no reason I would have both these things happen if they weren't related. It's very unlikely. So I think that's an interesting factor of it is like everything that they do is a data point that's going to lead you to what they're actually doing.
I agree.
So it's almost like a puzzle, which is kind of fun.
But yeah, I feel for you there. It's not an easy existence. But you can only think, Bailey, that right, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, I don't mind that much.
Well, I've always been a pretty unshakable guy. You talk about fear. Well, that's something, unfortunately, I seem to lack too much of for my own good at times. But I
Yeah,
think that's, the mindset. You just got to be easygoing, right? Laid back. Can't
yeah,
let things get to you.
yeah. I mean, their goal is really to get blackmail on you, or to Bill Cooper talked about like the general like points of security that they try to attack, and at the end of the day, they're trying to attack those points of security. And if you're not worried about any of them, then what are they going to do? And like, I'm not worried about them. I'm like, even like physical security, I gave up on because I was like, well, if whatever an alien is can just come into my house and take me, then like that doesn't exist. So why worry about it?
Well, in a place like Hawaii too, you don't really need a lot of physical security. Excuse me, do you?
I don't know. The Snowden's NSA office was here. The NSA is nearby. Pearl Harbor's nearby. I would say with less space and more military around, it's more of a dangerous area, right?
Well, I don't know what the crime statistics are. I would think they'd rather low in Hawaii. I mean, we generally have locks at our
This
doors
isn't
because
crime.
we're worried about everyday people. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's really the reason why we're trying to keep out criminals, why we put locks on our doors. I mean, the NSA is not going to come in and steal your stuff, right? They're not going to come in and...
Well, I'm
Make a
saying
TV
the whole
set or
alien
something.
abduction thing, at least from my perspective, is the military doing it. Right?
Oh, yeah, I agree. It's definitely, I think I actually said this back on the first time I talked with you, Penny. Shadow government, shadow society, right? So, yeah, there's no doubt that it's a way of life for them, right? It's a business, it's a job.
Yeah. And so you just have to, realize, physical security doesn't exist there. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, I feel you there, and I actually did go through the rigmarole of putting in some physical security, and I lo and behold, it seems to be working. I did go through some pretty extreme lengths, I have to admit, but yeah, I mean, I've got the peace of mind to know that nobody's getting in here unless they got a bulldozer or something,
Yeah. I think
maybe
also if
SWAT's
you
out there
just,
for 10 minutes beating on the door, they might be able to break in eventually.
yeah. I mean, that's probably pretty good because I don't think there's any like fancy technology they're using to like go through walls or anything like some people say.
No.
At the end of the
No, I
day, if you put a
determined, actually,
camera up,
I
they'll
can guarantee you that is the fact. You're right, that they're not just going through the walls, that they have to go through the door. And yeah, you talk about cameras. Again, when I first came on this thing, I don't know if you heard when I was talking to stream, I jokingly like to say I erected my own prison program. That was the thing Snowden was talking about with the NSA. Nothing immoral or illegal like the NSA, but if you're on a street, I can surveil you, right? If it's a public database, I can mine it. So yeah, I put up quite a surveillance system, and geez, not even a black cat on a new moon can get by me. Let's put it that way, Bailey.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is I think even cameras stop them to some extent. They
Yeah.
have to find some alternate measure.
Uh-huh.
When I was like, there was one point where I was sleeping with a camera,
It's like a force field.
and the way that they actually had to get past my camera was they, what happened was my Apple Watch was charged because I charged it during the day while I was working. I had taken it off to use this sleep tracking app, and I fell asleep. And I woke up 2.5 hours later, and my Apple Watch was already dead. So it died in like a 3 or 4 hour period, which is unlikely for an Apple Watch. But also my camera's battery was dead. So I was like, okay. So they had to shut down the camera first. And the way they did that was by, attacking the batteries. So at the end of the day, even just a camera that's like, going to work with the power out is enough to stop them, I think, because they don't want to take the risk of you finding that.
Yeah, my system is set up so that it can run on batteries, but it also runs on power. So if the power should go out, it kicks over
Yeah.
back up, and the batteries will last several days. So it'd be a little hard
Well,
just to
they
kill
have
them.
ways of. That's what I was trying to say, though. Is Apple Watch battery doesn't last 3 or 4 hours, right?
Exactly.
So
No, it doesn't. But at the same
in
time,
order
it's a
to
very small
exploit
battery.
you, they'd have to make it obvious, and I think that's the real goal of making it not obvious. Whatever they do, like they don't want to be obvious. They want to be obvious enough that you don't have any data that shows that it happened, but you also know it happened. You know what I mean? They want you to seem
Right.
crazy.
Yeah, right. Oh, I agree, definitely.
Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of a tangent, but yeah. So there's the story: Bunny abducted by aliens.
and harassed by the government. Let's not forget that part.
Same thing, yeah. If you ask me, but yeah, we could talk about it more candidly on the Discord if you're in there.
Oh, I don't mind giving out my email address on the stream. It's my username at gmail.com.
I don't even know your username.
Jagzilla.
Oh, all right, cool. Now you're gonna get all the bot spam.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
I'm joking.
No, you talk about spam, right? A computer guy. It's just a way of life having to deal with spam. Although I have to admit, I don't like signing up for anything because of it. It's gotten to the point where it's getting annoying, right? You get so much of it. One way to diminish it is just don't give out your email address.
Yeah, I run a separate email server that the trick you can use is just always use a different email for every service you sign up with. So once they start spamming you can block it,
Exactly.
So everything at my domain goes to me. And so like Facebook at my domain is Facebook, even though I deleted Facebook. But if you use a different email address for every person, you can block the spam out.
You have to admit, juggling a dozen email addresses.
Well, no, I have it set up so they're all on my own personal domain, right? And so every catch-all, the catch-all goes into one inbox, and when I reply, it comes out at the same address I received it at. It's a good way to do it.
Yeah, but you got to have a server for that. And fortunately, I had a house fire back some years ago, and after that, I never really did put the network back together.
Yeah.
But yeah, having a standalone server is a good thing. No doubt about it. I really miss that. A lot of good stuff you can do with it. But it sounds like you have a good attitude about it, Bailey. And I think that's the biggest thing in life is, when you're dealing with any problem, right? It doesn't matter what the problem is. It's the mindset that you put yourself in to deal with the problem can create a bigger problem than the problem itself.
It's really weird that your email somehow is already in my contact list.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird, right?
That is. Maybe we've talked before. Maybe
Seems
I emailed
like
you because I've been out emailing half the freaking planet. Yes, in fact, now I do remember. I think I tried to make a call to you. You had said some things I really liked. That was the reason why I reached out to you, but you ignored me, like most people do. I can't quite understand why that is, but that seems to be
really.
the case. Maybe they blocked it and you didn't receive it. I don't know.
I just searched and I've never received email from you.
Mm-hmm. It might have been through the, because we had Google Hangouts and all those other apps that Google lends out. Maybe it wasn't an email. It was a direct message or a phone call that I had made. It's possible. Because I don't always use email to try and communicate with people. Like you're saying, you got to mix
if
things
you made
up
a
here.
phone call, I definitely ignored it. Yeah.
You gotta mix things up, right? You can't be firing on down the same road all the time. Otherwise, they'll put landmines on it.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I emailed you as a point. So.
Did you spend time in Southeast Asia? Thailand or something like that? No? Must be somebody else I'm thinking of.
Not unless it was during that 10 hours that I don't remember. Just kidding. Is Bunny still here?
I think she might have gone to take a wee.
Oh, okay.
She should have told us, though.
Yeah, I don't know. If anyone has questions, like the chat says, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm sure Jag probably is too, but I don't want to speak for you.
Well, I'm not always in front of the computer, so I want to say, you have to wait. If you address it to me, I'll look back through the chat when I get a chance. But right now I'm walking around here, so, trying to multitask. As you know, it's a little hard, right, to stay ahead of this thing and live your life too. So You got to do a lot of multitasking, no doubt about it. And we got to be thankful, Bailey. The technology certainly has been an advantage to us. The internet, right? The cameras, things like this. Just think if this was 50 or 100 years ago, they would definitely have the advantage.
You think?
To the point where, right, where we would be totally clueless.
Maybe, yeah.
Or you just think you're crazy. Their algorithm would have worked on you because you weren't able to go out and reach out right to other people and see that, hey, I'm not alone.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, is like, I think at some point you have to realize it's real after a while. Because, like, at least for me, one of the things that was an incident, especially really strong after my abductions, was like visions. And like, I've had like remote viewing experiences and stuff, but like a lot of the visions have come true. And, there's a lot of signs like that where I'm like, okay, well, I literally saw something and then it happened afterward. That you can't like really mistake for being fake anymore, And I think the longer you start realizing all the things they can do, you start opening up your mind to all the things that can be done, and you start finding those kinds of things out, I think. Which from one point, is good for them because to the public you seem nuts, but you kind of find that the truth is not what the public believes, and that's like the whole point of it, right? So,
well, I mean, if you're delusional, as I would like to say the public is, isn't that crazy? So, I mean,
yeah,
people seem to think that we're, in this happy, kumbaya, hippy dippy world, but it's really a demented slaughterhouse, if you want my opinion. And I know that's a pretty negative attitude, but you can definitely extrapolate more once you see the reality of the situation that you're in. No doubt about it.
Well, like one weird experience that can't be a delusion, right? Was in December 2019, I was having really strong remote viewing sessions where back then I would meditate 2 or 3 hours a night, but there were three days where I had meditated like 6 or 7 hours those 3 nights because I had really strong what I'll call visions, but it was just like whatever remote viewing is, and I was remote viewing a bunch. And then 2 days after that, this person randomly texted me and said the reason my power was so strong, as they put it, was because the CIA was using my microchip to funnel my energy to remote view Soleimani. And then 4 days later, Trump killed Soleimani. Those kinds of times you're like, okay, well,
yeah,
when that happens, you kind of get a revelation to yourself where you're like, okay, well, they literally told me this was going to happen, and now it did. And that's not something that everybody knows, So when that kind of stuff happens, you have to like second check, because maybe 6 months before that, I was at the point where I was like, all right, maybe I am nuts, but then that happened and it's like, it confirmed it for me. Right. I was like, there's no way that could have happened.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And I was like, I ignored it. I was like, what's a Soleimani? And then 4 days later, he was all over the news, and I was like, oh, now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they do things.
Iraqi general you're talking about.
Yeah. That Trump drone strike. Yeah. So they do things to let you know that it's happening while still making sure everybody else thinks you're nuts. That's their whole entire agenda, is to do that. And the harder they push, it's because they're mad that they can't they can't blackmail you or they can't find your weakness, and like over time you figure out what your weaknesses are and you stop letting it get to you,
I agree with the blackmailing thing too. It was clear they were trying to dig up some kind of dirt, but hey, there was nothing there. And so, that you can't blackmail somebody that doesn't have any skeletons in their closet now, can you?
Yeah, that's a pretty hard problem for them. They'll push harder until they find something or they give up, I guess.
Even somebody, I mean, they were to the point of surveillance, any kind of criminal activity, right, that they can stick on you too. They catch you doing something. so they can just put you away.
Yeah, or they mess with you using, I think police are a part of the system.
Oh, no doubt about it. I can
And I can
100%
tell you,
guarantee you that.
one time when I was 19, I was driving down the freeway. I was going 67 in a 65, and I got pulled over for speeding. And I was like, "That's weird. The gauge on my car must be off, right?" And
No.
so then the next day, I was going down the same freeway, like literally the next day, going 2 under because I thought that my gauge was off, and I got pulled over again, and they said I was going under the speed limit.
Right, you're going too
And
slow.
And then the day after that, I got pulled over again for going under the speed limit when the gauge was exactly right on. So I was like, okay, yeah, this is intentional, right? Who knows how long that could have continued, but I stopped going down that freeway.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can tell you because I have to admit, when it comes to traffic laws, I would pretty much thumb my nose at them for the most part. I wouldn't really do anything unsafe to endanger anybody on the road, but talk about speeding, 15 miles over the speed limit, 20, so long as I don't get caught, right? But it seemed to me, Bailey, that they were just waiting for me. And well, I've got the records. They tried to delete them. Why would you go and wipe out somebody's police record, right? Maybe because it showed all the tickets that I had gotten over over a 10-year period, right? All the times that, and you know what, Bailey, after a while, I just started fighting them. And I actually figured out a way, at least this time, to basically throw the court system into disarray with its whole scheduling by getting continuances, right? I would just keep filing those, and sometimes it'd be 2, sometimes it'd be 3, sometimes it'd just be 1, and then I would show up to court, and well, what do you know? The officer's not there. Ha ha ha. So you can't give me a ticket if there's nobody to bear witness against me. And
Yeah.
boy, one time those bastards, though, they obviously got pissed off at this because they made me sit in court for an hour and a half while the guy drove in from wherever he was. And I was pretty pissed off about that too, because I could see what they were pulling. But what are you going to do, right? You're sitting in the court. You got to be very careful, Bailey, because like you said, right, anything they can get on you, they will. So, you're sitting in a courtroom like that. It's really easy to get you on contempt. And that could face up to 5 years for that.
Yeah, and people rely on security on their devices and stuff, and you have to realize there's no security on any of your devices. Like, even in a situation where you actually had security in your phone, let's say, you're sitting in front of a camera at Kmart typing your passcode, and now they know it. People don't realize how easy it is to get into your data and understand all your stuff. Like, at the end of the day, if they wanted something, they'd probably find it. And the whole thing you realize with this whole gang stalking issue is when they do it to you and you start realizing it's real, and if you try to defend against it, which I did my whole teenage years, I tried to defend against it. It's like, at the end of the day, the only thing you can do is roll with the punches. That's all you can do.
Go one day at a time and roll with the punches.
Yep, and pretty soon you know all their tricks. Like, at this point, I'm pretty sure the only other thing they could do is kill me, and they're not going to do that because I'm not I don't have a giant community. I'm not Will Cooper, So
Right.
at the end of the day,
Kennedy, John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
You're not one of these. You're not a serious problem, a serious threat. They're not going to go that far. But Bailey, I must be, because I've had at least 8 attempts on my life.
Yeah, well, you probably
last
know
2
something they don't want you to.
Yeah, the last 2, they really ramped it up. They were using some, I believe it was strychnine, although I can't be sure. Could have been some kind of organic phosphate poison too. Fortunately, I'm a very slow eater, and both times I got lucky in where I just took 1 bite out and I had stopped, maybe 2 bites. And just that alone was enough to almost take me out. I mean, I don't know how I made it through it, but I did, and here I am. And you know what? Looks like they've stopped. They've finally given up on trying to kill me, because, the more they try and kill me, the more power they're giving me, Bailey. That's all I can say. The more reinforcement for me to just keep doing what I'm doing, because it's obviously working, and not going to stop.
Yeah, I don't think they ever stop, but at some point you don't
No, I
see
don't
what they're doing anymore. Like I thought they stopped
It's random, so they
12
back
years
off
ago,
for a
or I
while.
guess it's 15 years ago. I thought they stopped, and then 7 years ago I thought they stopped, and then 10 months ago I thought they stopped. But then they pop in and they're like, "Hey, just reminding you, I'm still here." You know, it's like they're doing it from a black helicopter or something. You know, beaming you with stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that actually.
Yeah, so I mean, like now I don't know how they're doing whatever they're doing or what they're doing, and that's kind of the weirdest part about it. Is it's like every time you think they stopped, it's like you got to figure out what they're going to do next. You know, like in 2019, they did a lot of the voice to skull stuff on me. They stopped doing that because I realized what was going on.
You know, and I they may have tried that on me, but I don't think it works. Maybe it's the shape of my skull or something.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things. They don't try that until pretty far extreme into it, though. Or at least if they don't think that you'll fall for it, they won't even try it at all. You know, like
Yeah.
if you know about it, they probably won't do it.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
I didn't know about it
did.
at the time, so I was like, "What the heck just happened?" I didn't even know. I actually didn't even know what gang stalking was until mid 2019. You know, I knew it was happening to me, but I didn't know it had a name. I didn't know other people knew about it. I thought it was just some weird thing related to my abductions. You know.
Yeah, I hit upon it pretty early, maybe after about 6 months. You know, I saw the algorithms that they were using, so I started researching it, and then I came across the term gang stalking, and I'm like, well, yeah, that fits it pretty aptly, no doubt about it.
Yeah, someone messaged me on Discord and was like, "Hey, I think this is what's going on with you," and I was like, "Whoa, you just blew my mind."
Well, that's good.
I'm
Somebody gave
here,
you a heads up.
Bailey. I'm back. I've been back about 5 minutes.
Oh,
I've
you're
just been
back.
listening.
Hey,
I'm here. Yeah, I had to go and do something. Turn off mobile at night. Yeah, I always turn the Wi-Fi off as well. Every time on my phone. I never have Bluetooth on. Does anybody else use Bluetooth here?
No,
my headphones sometimes.
I would recommend using anything wireless personally.
You use Bluetooth headphones, Bailey?
Yeah,
The ones that go in your ear or the ones that go over your head?
a little bit of both. Mostly over my head. I have the
Don't-
Apple ones.
Don't you worry about that?
No, not much.
It's a lot
I
of
think,
radiation.
Well, I think until you get up to like 60,000 gigahertz, it's non-ionizing and not a problem. I would be more worried about ELF being gang stalked than I would about my headphones. You know, like it's definitely like a signal going on there, but at the same time, like it's not very different from ham radios that your neighbor are using, right? And like I'll sit here and tell everybody in the world to buy a ham radio, you know. So I can't really say don't use wireless headphones.
I wouldn't, because of the research I've done on it. It's quite scary. I don't know how they're
Yeah.
getting away with selling them, to be honest. Cause
Or like if you live, sorry,
No, I was just going to say, even the World Health Organisation say that they're a danger. But you
Really?
have to,
Wow,
yeah, I found the documents the other day. So,
amazed they admitted that.
yeah, 2014 they came out and warned it.
Well,
Huh.
as a teenager, I remember reading, and that always caught my mind, that when they first came out with radar, there World War II, that the radar was causing the shells on the decks of the ships to explode, and it was even killing some of the servicemen. So when I heard that, I'm like, well, obviously, electromagnetic radiation could be a serious threat, and it should be taken seriously. But Bailey makes a good point. You know, the wattage that the Bluetooth uses is pretty low. But you're saying, Penny, that you saw research specifically about Bluetooth being a danger.
Yeah, there's loads.
well, so if Bluetooth is a danger, it's 2.4 gigahertz, right? So, I mean, you have
Not
to
anymore,
consider.
is it?
Yeah, it is. That's the band designated for Bluetooth. So your Wi-Fi is baseline 2.4. I think it goes up to 5. But
5.8.
yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, are you going to be more worried about your headphones or being in
It's
an
where it's
apartment
going,
with
isn't it?
20 apartments around you that are all
Yeah,
broadcasting
right.
Wi-Fi? I mean,
Those things are everywhere
that's
now.
what I was saying earlier. Is like you can't avoid everything unless you live in a Faraday cage.
Yeah, but it's what they're saying is that it's when it's going into on your head. The little ones in your
Yeah.
ears
Oh,
are the
because it
worst.
gets into the
But
skull because you have a hole in your skull.
yeah, it gets into the skull.
Right.
But
Yeah, so
it's
that's.
even,
But at the same time, Wi-Fi goes through your head without it's going to go through your. It's like electromagnetic frequency doesn't get blocked for the most part, unless it's like especially low. That's why I was saying I'd be more worried about ELF, like extremely low frequencies. They don't get blocked at all by like obstructed by anything really. They just keep going. So that's why like a lot of the 3-letter organizations do a lot of research into theta and delta waves. Like the theta waves are like 4 hertz. Extremely low frequencies that are broadcast through your brain is how they like essentially like level your head to a point where they can put you in a relaxed state and kind of hypnotize you without you knowing it. That's what they did during the the MK Ultra stuff.
When it comes to penetration, too, low frequencies go right through. I mean, what's going to block that? Like you said, unless you're in a Faraday cage, you're not going to be able to block extremely low frequencies because of the wavelength.
Yeah, unless you're in the Faraday cage. But like at the end of the day, with headphones, I'm sure there's a problem with it. I know it's non-ionizing radiation, but it's probably still got some issues. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I think it's on par with blasting in your ear too loud.
Well, and I think I said this on the last stream with Penny. It's a threat assessment. What is going to be the biggest risk? You're worried about electromagnetic radiation. Well, with Fukushima, they raised the radiation levels that you can be exposed to an entire order of magnitude. So, what is the biggest threat to your health? Is the Fukushima radiation or the radiation coming from your Bluetooth? You know what I'm saying?
well, I wouldn't be doing it because, what I've been looking at, I just wouldn't recommend doing it.
Yeah, that's
it's going
probably
into
pretty
your
fair.
brain. Do you know there's been a massive increase in children as well with tumours in the side of the skull, then the base of the skull, when they've been holding their phones up to their ears and stuff, and also wearing these earphones.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more issues with the signals in your phones than there are, and I can't say the name of it, but the signals in your phones are a major issue because they are up to the frequency now where they aren't non-ionizing anymore, and
Especially with the 5G.
that's the word we can't say. That's why I was
Can't say
just
that.
saying you can't say it.
It's
Well
not even a
done,
word.
Bales.
That's when you said a word. I didn't know it was an acronym.
Whatever it is. I mean, at the end of the day, things we can't talk about aren't non-ionizing anymore, or they're very close to not. And I would be more worried about the fact that we carry a phone around with us all day than Bluetooth headphones. Like I have a iPod Touch because sometimes I'll go around without my phone. It's probably safer to be using Bluetooth on an iPod Touch than it is to be taking a phone around without a Bluetooth headphone.
I'm back. I'm here.
Well, especially if you're making physical contact with the phone. You got it in your back pocket all day, for example.
Yeah. Some people wear these electromagnetic frequency things that they put on like their clothes or whatever that supposedly push the frequencies away, but I don't think I fully believe that, because like the way EMF works, it just doesn't make sense.
Unless they're woven out of some sort of metal, copper, or
Well, but it's like people say like, oh yeah, just put a block of wood in your pocket and carry it around.
Mhm.
That'll fix it.
What?
That's what they say. Or they'll sell you a piece of cloth and say, just put this on your back. It'll stick to your shirt and it will keep you safe. It's like, no, you're just trying to sell me a cloth for $10.
Right. I mean, dare I say that's the same feel-good gimmick as the the thing they've got us putting on our faces, right?
Yeah, like here, wear this bracelet, you'll be fine.
Yeah, right.
Now shut up about it, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Code. Code's in the house. Right, we're at 4 o'clock in the morning now, so I'm going to wrap this up.
Okay, Penny. Yeah,
It's
you got to get some
ridiculous
sleep.
o'clock.
I'm sure
I
Josh
know.
It
is.
is late there.
I know, I was trying to get out of this. Get into a bit of a routine. So,
Yeah, you got
I
to watch
can't-
that. Once you break your circadian rhythms, it's really hard to get them back.
I've been like this since lockdown. So, it's been
I've
about a
been
year.
like this my whole life, so suck
I've
it up
always
is
been an
all I
early
can
bird.
say.
Sorry, I've always been a night owl, not an early bird. Yeah, I want to try and get to sleep for about 3, which will be good, and then I'll get about 4 hours sleep, 5 hours sleep, which is better than at the moment, which is like 2 hours sleep. I'm surprised I'm alive, to be honest with you. But there you go.
Yeah,
I'm
you
still
can
here.
keep on for another decade before it's an issue.
Yeah, I can sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, the big sleep.
A big sleep. Yeah. So we've still got 30 people watching as well. So sorry I had to run off. I had a couple of things I had to do.
Oh no, we all have
Um,
lives. That's one thing I have to say for all of us here. We know at this, Bailey, right? You don't know how much it can consume your life. And
Yeah.
as he was saying, right, you just kind of have to ignore these things. Otherwise, you're going to be
No, you didn't, Bailey,
playing their
so-
game, right? They got you right where they want you.
Yeah, and this is why I like how we've come together. Bailey did not bore us to death. You're an awesome guest. I would love you to come back up. Silly. Hello, Dean, Dreamy Dean. Yeah, so this is what I like, and I'm glad you found us now, Jagzilla, because we are all on the same page. So I don't need to sort of tell people here. They already know most of this stuff. And if there is stuff we don't know, then we can try and do it in a code way, if you know what I mean. But it's nice that we share links. We're on Discord, the way we share links to try and, the ones that are on Discord, we try and sort of point in the right direction. And Dreamy Dean. And it's just nice that we've got this community here. And I just think if we blow it, then what have we achieved? We've lost everybody.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm speaking for Bailey, but it always makes me feel better to talk about this with other people that understand.
Yeah. Do you agree, Bailey?
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I would say is, that what you're talking about, Penny, is a major problem. And the thing people should be doing is honestly, all these channels, they're not going to be around forever depending on the agenda of somebody else. So people got to set up websites or something of their own and start getting mailing lists so they can broadcast to their community about, I've been trying I co-hosted a podcast a year ago where I also told them, you have to get your own website and get your own mailing list, because once this thing goes down and the censorship gets really hard, you got to broadcast where you're at every time, and the other thing is, people got to stop, if they can afford it, using Gmail and things like that, because at the end of the day, those things choose who gets to send you messages, and a lot of people don't recognize that side of it. It's like people got to really start thinking about not being fed the free services and how they could make a sustainable situation where they're using services that aren't going to push them away. I think that's the most important thing we can talk about right now, is how to get people in a situation where they're in control of not being pushed away from the content they want to hear.
Yeah, I have thought about that, to be honest with you. Getting the website set up.
Yeah, well, the next one is, Jill Bates' old company is
I heard about
is
this.
going to
buying
acquire Discord. Yeah,
Is
so
that going ahead, do you know?
Right.
well,
How much
no,
money? Do you see how much they're paying for it too? Discord's such a pile of crap. I can't believe they're gonna put all that money in. It's got to be just to take over Discord.
Of course
$10
it
billion
has.
to censor all those chat rooms.
$10 billion.
Not
I
a
know.
bad cost. Not a
Billion.
bad cost.
dollars for Discord. I mean, I can't
Billion or
believe that.
million? Billion.
Yeah,
No,
well,
billion with a B, right?
with a
Yes,
B, yeah.
Right, billion.
Yep, 10
10
billion.
billion
And
for
you know,
Discord.
They're going
Right.
to try to be censoring. I'm sure they're doing it to censor everybody. Like they'll go
Are
and
they
delete all the
definitely doing
servers.
it though? Is it
Couldn't-
definitely
couldn't-
going to happen?
Couldn't he
There's
have,
no
you know,
definite yet.
couldn't he have whipped up
far as
something
I know.
like Discord in a few days with all the staff and programmers he has, right? I mean, why would he go spend $10 billion
Because he knows we're
for
all
that?
there.
No,
He's covering
like-
all bases.
And then he could use his OS to force everybody to go over and use it, right?
Yeah, they can't do that. It's software engineering doesn't work like that.
No, Twitch next, Bailey.
Well, you're saying as
Yeah,
far as you
well-
can't get the people that are right on the Discord is, I mean, you can engineer the software easy enough, but
Not really, because the problem is when you start coordinating and getting people to work together at that scale. Like I've helped build products that are extremely popular with millions of people on them every day, that you've definitely heard of, but I'm not going to say on the channel. But at the end of the day, making them scale is a lot harder problem than just making it work for 100 people at every second. And even getting it to work for 100 people per second, is like, at the end of the day, the way companies are organized, they can't do it properly. That's why they pay so much for these startups, is because tech companies at least are inherently designed in a way where they're incapable of engineering, because they hire people that are incapable of engineering and prop them up to the top.
They're like magpies, aren't they? They're still the other birds' nests because they can't make them themselves.
Yeah, that's what they
like a
do,
cooker
and
lays its eggs in somebody else's nest.
and these companies are just popularity contests. So you could be a really bad engineer and be in control of the whole thing, just because the CEO liked you. So good luck getting good engineers to build something that can scale to billions of requests per second at a big company, because it's not going to happen, not without too many engineers.
You don't have to do that, Bubba News. You don't have to give your number on Discord. You don't have to, because I set Ralph's up and I don't have Ralph's phone number. You can verify it with your phone number, but you don't have to give your phone number to set Discord up. Not too bad, thanks, Kate. Not, been better,
Well, you can better believe it's going to be harder when he takes over, right?
Yeah, we'll be all believing. Hello, Heidi. Organic Intelligence is in the house. Merry, happy Easter. Has Matt Man just finished or something? You what? Sorry, Bales.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just saying hello to people that are coming in. Has Matt Man just finished? How awesome has Bailey been? Because Bailey's never been up before, and you put yourself down too much. Jagzilla, isn't Bailey a great guest?
Yeah, definitely.
There you go.
Very polite. I almost would think he's British. I almost would think she's British.
Yeah, I told you there's some very polite American.
There are.
people
I'll be
around.
darned. You were right.
Yeah, you go. There's one. But yeah, it's been lovely. Are you going to come back up, Bailey, when I go on next?
If you want, yeah, anytime.
Yay! Well, I'm going to be on. My next one is Tuesday night with the medium lady. That's at 8:00 UK time. So that's going to be what, 9:00 in the morning for you, Bailey?
Sounds too early.
Wow. Yeah, that'd be too early.
He's
for
a night
me.
owl too, right? We're all night owls.
That's insane. You might as well just go all the way, go full circle, and just still be up at 9:00 in the morning. That will work, and sleep all day.
A lot of channels that are like, "Hey Bailey, come talk to us." I'm like, I can't, because where I'm at, I'm still at work at that time.
Yeah.
Like the only reason we're able to do this right now is because it's 3 a.m. over there. I mean, it's because you're up at 3 a.m. over there, I should say.
Right.
Yeah. It's now 11 minutes past 4.
Oh my gosh, go to bed, Penny.
All these
Before the
UK
sun comes up,
folk
you'll never
in
be
the
able to
chat.
fall asleep then.
I know. Oh, I can sleep when my sleep pattern's all over the place. I heard remote viewing takes a lot of energy from you.
If you
I've never
remote
done
view for like 3 hours, like legit, you feel like you just ran a marathon, no doubt.
I want to get Bailey up on remote viewing. I'd love to do one where you could tell us a little bit more about it, Bailey. Would you do that?
Yeah, I would love to, because there's a lot of misconceptions on the different kinds of remote viewing. Everybody thinks CRV is the only kind, and so a lot of them think my stories are fake because I don't do CRV.
Don't know what
So
that
I would love to do that. well, controlled remote viewing is like the way the CIA does it, right? But there's also, I don't even know what the acronym stands for, but it's ARV, which is more of like the psychic stuff, is what they like to call it. They like to make it seem like woo woo, but it's really about just activating your chakras, and you get a lot stronger visions that way. But it when you're activating your chakras and like funneling energy through you, and like it, like they say, it takes a lot of energy is a literal thing. Like you're literally pushing energy through your body. It's all about your chi. And most of the remote viewing community doesn't recognize that side of it,
I don't understand. I'd love you to explain it to us. I don't got a clue.
I think
We'll
I do understand what he's saying.
Do you understand it, Jagzilla?
I do think I understand what she's saying, yes.
Do you know anything about that as well?
No, I have to admit I'm clueless pretty much, but
Are you like me? Are you a virgin?
a little bit, not much.
Yeah, well, one thing I can say, and I can show you the post on Reddit, is like in December 2019, I saw I want to make sure I get the order right. I saw a city with all the lights on at night, right? And I saw all of a sudden all the lights in the city got wiped out, and I felt like I was watching an EMP attack. And immediately after that, I saw the bombs I'm not allowed to talk about dropped. Or some kind of big mushroom type explosion happened. And then I saw a statue of the statue. It was kind of like a Roman version of the Statue of Liberty, and her face looks like it had been blasted off by like a comet hitting it or something. Obviously, it wasn't a comet because it's like the face of a statue. It's not that big, but the face was just ripped off of it. And like, within 6 months of that happening, all of a sudden, the government was talking about the C country. We're not allowed to explain all these words together. So the country that starts with CH, having EMP weapons was all of a sudden a thing talking about like 3 to 6 months after that. And, now they're talking about WMDs happening, and, it's all lining up. And I'm like, oh, what I probably saw was the fall of America. Because, the other thing that I realized after I learned more about that was that, the Statue of Liberty is a statue of Isis, who is Libertas, who is, I think, Aphrodite, who is Isis, right? They're all the same concept. And you can verify that the Statue of Liberty is Isis, because why else would we have the pyramid on our dollar bill? And the needle of Cleopatra was moved from Egypt to Central Park when America was started as a way of metaphoring, say, hey, we've inverted the Egyptian slave system, and now all the slaves think they're free. That's the entire,
well, I think it was
deception
Gordian
of America,
said,
right?
Nobody is more hopelessly enslaved than he who believes himself to be free.
Hello, Trace.
Yeah, that's true. And they've went over and taken over a bunch of other countries and converted all those countries now to the same slave system. It's
call it slaverization.
Yeah, and they call it freedom.
Freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
Fee-dumb. Where you're,
So, yeah.
you're part of their fee system. Paying through the nose.
Bailey, you're talking about this just before we go. I have dreams like that. Right.
Oh, we should talk about that.
Yeah,
Dreams
because
like what?
like what Bailey's just said. Now I have
Apocalyptic?
nightmares. Sorry.
Apocalyptic?
Yeah, I have nightmares every night, and I have done since I was a little kid. But they change, and that's one of the most common ones. And I see the fall of major cities all over the world. It usually involves aliens, though, or some sort of. Hello, Ron. There's usually some sort of attack from the skies.
I had one dream like that 2 weeks ago where there was aliens, and usually mine don't have aliens. So I think it's probably all these visions. People are getting them so much in the last 2 years, and they all tend to connect if you start. Like, I bet if you told me yours, we could find other people that had that same dream,
Yeah, and I don't know whether they are aliens, but they're just spaceships coming from the sky. So you just, in your dream, you just presume it's an alien, but yeah, they're being wiped out, and we're all being enslaved by all these troops of, I don't know where they're from, but
Yeah.
I used to have visions when I was a little kid about the CH people walking
Yeah.
down the street, and we were all stood outside our front door. It was only about 6 or 7.
I
We
had
had
one
to,
like that too. And they were in like stormtrooper costumes.
yeah, we had to stand there and salute them outside our front door. And then I moved into this house 3 years ago, and I'm now 40, and it was this house that I moved to. I dreamt about this house when I was 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's weird?
That's pretty weird, huh?
So it's happening
Yeah.
now. It's like,
Well, I
Well,
think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, well, I think the dream world is the real world. I think the idea that, like, I think when we go to bed, that's the, the Anunnaki used to call our bodies containers. Yeah, like
yeah,
they were just containers for us, our souls, right? I think when we sleep, it's like a break from the prison of our body, and that's the real world. And because of that, people can see the future in their dreams because they're actually in the real world now, and they're not as limited by the boundaries of our bodies.
that's what I said to Mike. Do you remember when I rang up Troubled Minds of the week, and we were doing a dream one? I don't know if you were there, and I actually said that. I said I think that the dream world is the real world, and he was like, "Oh, okay. So you're thinking backwards." I don't know whether you were there then.
The
It was
real
a few
world
weeks
is a
ago.
dream
Thanks,
or
Kate.
a nightmare. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
like an escape of the.
Well, I never had anything like you're talking about, as far as dreams. And I did have Laura. Laura had a dream about a year before she died. And I don't know if I belabor this, but a little backdrop on that. She was having these really weird, vivid dreams. We had told you we were divorced, and so we had kind of gotten back together. She'd gone through a whole line of men there, and yeah, so she was having these really weird dreams. And at first, I tried to interact with her in the dreams. One time, apparently, she was dreaming about being at a diner with her family, and they were trying to insist on her having a grilled cheese sandwich. Now, from what I could hear from the dream, I thought that she wanted a grilled cheese sandwich. So I actually said to her, um, "Don't worry, sweetie, we'll get you a grilled cheese sandwich." She jumps up from bed. Her eyes are rolled back in her head, right? So you can only see the whites of them. And she says in this distorted voice, "I don't want a grilled cheese sandwich." And then her eyes fly forward and she starts laughing and she says, "I was dreaming, wasn't I?" And I said, "Yeah, you were." And then she explained the dream to me, and I understood that what I had done was the opposite. I should have said, "No, honey, don't worry, you won't get a grilled cheese sandwich," right? Anyway, so there was another dream she had that she dreamt that she had met Mick Jagger, and I thought it was a nightmare. So I said, "It's okay, honey, don't worry, I'm here," and that woke her up. And so after the Mick Jagger thing, I thought, well, I better not interfere with these dreams, right? I'm just probably causing more problems, so I'll just listen. And then when she wakes up, if she remembers the dream, I'll ask her about the dream. So she was having, again, another vivid dream. And so the next morning, about 6:37 a.m., I'm sitting there on the side of the bed. And I said to her, and this is pretty much the verbatim of the conversation, "It sounded like you were having a nightmare, sweetie." She says, "Not really." And I went, "Oh, not really?" She said, "No, I was, I don't know where I think I was in the hospital." And I said, "Oh, really? Well, what hospital do you think you were in?" She said, "Oh, well, I think I was at the hospital that I work at." I said, "Oh, well, so you were at work?" And she says, "No, I was in the emergency room." I said, "Oh, that sounds." I didn't say this to her, but I think to myself, that sounds like a nightmare. Because when she's saying it was not really a nightmare, I'm like, well, it sure sounds like one to me. But I didn't say that to her. I let her continue on, and she says, "Yeah, and you were there, and there were these foreigners, 3 of them, and they were asking me all sorts of questions, and I was yelling at them, telling them to get away from me, and you started yelling at everybody, and I thought maybe they sent you away, but then I heard your voice a little later, and you were still there." And I said, "Wow, really? Okay, and so what happened after that?" It got quiet and it got dark." I said, "Okay, well then after that," I said, "I woke up." So, I told you Laura's dead, right? Massive cerebral hemorrhage was the supposed cause of death. So she was there in the emergency room, just like she said, and I was there, and there were three
Wow.
foreigners, two of them with sheets on their heads, and one of them with glasses. Two men, two women, and a man. And they were talking about cutting into her arm so they could take her blood pressure better. Now, I had just looked at the MRI about 5 minutes ago. They had showed it to me, and approximately half of her left hemisphere was filled with blood. And so when they told me this, I'm like, well, what are you talking about? You're not doing any of these things. If she, and then they wanted to also intubate her, right? Put her on a respirator. And I said, no. She doesn't want to have any kind of resuscitative things done. Now, because unfortunately we weren't married at that point, I had no say, and they ignored me, and they proceeded to do what I said. And so as they started to do it, I whipped out my cell phone and started recording and saying, you're telling me that you're not going to listen to what this person's last wishes are? And so the security guard comes over to me, and I'm, arguing with them and yelling at them. And so finally, at some point, I just quiet down because it's a pretty important situation. I don't remember her dream at this point. It wasn't until a few days later did I realize, oh my God, she had a dream that pretty much laid out everything that happened in the emergency room. So I'm yelling at them, and I finally settle down, and I sit down, and I'm sitting there, and I stopped recording. They said I couldn't record. And so I just start yelling at them again. About 5 minutes later, I say, this is not how you treat a stroke victim. She needs quiet, and I want these lights out. And so it got quiet, and they turned the lights out. And when they rolled her out, I guess maybe about a half hour after the lights went out, I could see that she was completely gone at that point. She was totally unresponsive. So in my own mind, I mean, there's no doubt that people can, in fact, dream the future or dream of the future. Not sure which. But as far as I'm concerned, It's incontrovertible.
That's because the future only exists in this plane of existence, and you leave this plane in your dreams, Like
Yeah, and I
out
like what you
there,
guys are saying about the real world is a dream world, or the dream world is the real world, and the real world is the nightmare, as I put it. I've actually had the same feelings and thoughts myself, too.
Yeah, it's even in the Bible. The Bible says that we're all asleep and we'll wake up. We're all in a deep sleep, and an hour here, an hour in the land of God, or depending on different beliefs, whatever it is 42 hours or 42 years here, right? So it's backed by I always go back to that kind of stuff because I think a lot of the prophecies are true, and they're the most close representation of what's being hidden from us. Even if they've been kind of changed by the powers that be over time, they still have a lot of truth in them. So I'll always go back to that and be like, if you start realizing these kinds of things seem real, you'll almost always find it in the translations of old prophecies, or not the translations, but the original meaning of the untranslated versions, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like in concordance.
Yeah. But I myself have not had any personal experience with this. Again, maybe because I never sleep, I don't dream. Right? You got to be asleep to dream. If you're always in this world, well, that's what you got. You got this world, this hellhole.
Yeah.
You have seen that, Bailey?
Yeah, it's
Seen
really
that.
good.
Yeah, it
The
was.
Childhood's End show.
It came out years ago, and then they put it out again, didn't they? A year or so ago. But I watched the original.
Yeah.
I've always got 33 in chat. Do you know that? If you
Yeah.
take not obviously not constantly, but if you take the law of averages, that is my average amount of watchers every stream.
That's true. It's pretty much around there every time, yeah.
Yeah, every time you look, it'll be 33.
Well, I see earlier it was
Well,
up higher, no?
Well, it's an
Yeah.
average over all the all the different videos, not just every video, you know.
It's all my live streams.
But the
Regular.
you know, Kate was saying they had dreams of plane crashes, and it reminded me of that Childhood Ends show in the first episode where all the planes start getting
Yeah.
brought down, you know.
I hate how it ends as well, because you keep thinking something's going to get better, but it
No
doesn't.
spoilers.
Sorry. I wasn't
I'm trying
expecting
to
the
protect
end.
chat here.
No, we won't say, but I wasn't expecting the end, was you? Or had you read the book?
I wasn't too surprised by it. I didn't
I
like
was.
predict it, but I was like, it's going to be something similar to this, you know.
Yeah.
That's the
it
same
was,
story as always, you know. Like all the stories, they end that way. All
It
of the
was
ones who
just-
follow that same storyline.
Yeah, it was so scary.
Oh, what's that other movie that is about? This one was about extraterrestrial abductions. It was called like something in color or something.
Oh, that with Nicolas
Color Out of
Cage.
Space. Yeah, Color Out of Space.
Was
that
that
one
with
I think
Nicolas
was.
Cage? Was it
Oh,
quite
that was-
recent?
Yeah, and it was also a
yeah.
story. Yeah.
It was based on the H.P. Lovecraft short story.
Yeah, all those stories are the same story, just kind of flipped around into a different one,
That
you know?
was weird. Have you seen that, Jagzilla?
Yeah, that was creepy.
It was weird, wasn't it, with the goats in the sheep? Did you watch the bit with the? Did you watch the whole film, both of you?
Yes, yes. I
Yeah.
that,
With the
you know, a
sheep
smart
and the.
person would have left rather quickly.
Yeah, they never do though, do they? That's weird.
No, they don't get the hint.
Yeah, it's that was just weird. Yeah, and they could have got away at one point, and they didn't. They
That's right.
went back into the forest. It's like, ooh, very H.P.
Well-
Lovecraft.
Well, you know, all those stories are the same one if you kind of like look at them from a high level, like the patterns and everything. Like, I think at the end of the day, they all come down to the same, you know. Nostradamus supposedly is predicting that people are going to turn into zombies this year. So
Really?
just
People just making
put that
shit
against
up.
all those
I-
stories,
yes,
and you'll
yeah.
be like, oh, now they're the same thing.
They turned zombies a long time ago.
Yeah, we all know why. With the face nappies, diapers, as you call them.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean a different kind of zombies,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, in that way they surely did. It began a while ago, yeah.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. The actual, more of the Walking Dead type of zombies you're speaking of.
Well, not exactly, but close. Yeah, like more like maybe like they've got some kind of I don't know a right word to say it without getting flagged.
Brain dead.
You know when Mad Cow happened, yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh
right.
yeah. Yeah. Suspects.
The movie 28 Days Later, right? That would be
Good film.
That's another one. It's the same story again, you know.
Elegy, right? Yeah.
And the Will Smith one,
Oh,
Oh,
I
Sound
Am
Machine.
Legend.
I Am Legend. Yep, same
What's
story
the sound
again.
machine?
Nope.
Sorry, what do you mean by sound machine, darling? You mean a speaker? I used to play music, but I stopped it because kept getting blocked, saying it was not copyrighted in this country, so they blocked it.
Yeah, I was
don't
talking
bother.
one time to a guy in New Zealand on a live stream, and he just started playing some song, and like within 15 seconds, right, the algorithm came in, and
Yeah.
I'm like, geez, wow, you can't even. It was in the background; you could hardly even hear what the song was.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like,
and it was my
how did it
second
pick that
Ash
out?
stream as well. It was
Yeah.
my second stream with Ash, and they blocked it. And the music that I was playing, I play all the time without problem. So they blocked it in the UK and all over the world. So. Right, I'm going to go now, guys, because it's 4:30 in the morning. I'm really
yeah, we
tired.
should all get going here. Bailey, it's been good talking with you. Penny,
You
thank
too.
you for having me.
I emailed you.
Anytime.
Yeah,
We-
yeah. Sorry, I haven't responded yet. Gotta get back to the computer.
You're busy on a show.
Well, actually, I'm playing with the dog. I hate to admit it.
That too.
The dog needs its snuggles, right? I can't
Oh, I love animals
Yeah.
so much.
let that go by.
So thank you. If anybody supported me, I don't know if you did, but if anybody wanted, thank you for your support as well, Bailey. That was really kind when you helped out with the animals.
Gotta
Miffy's
help
vet
Snoops
stuff.
and the fishies.
Oh, thank you. That went to Miffy, that one did. That went
And
to
Miffy.
Miffy's. Yeah, Miffy's very poorly. Have you seen the video I put out on my other channel? I don't know if you've seen it.
Not yet. I saw it in my feed yesterday or
She's got
this morning.
MRSA. She's quite poorly.
Oh, I'm
You know,
sorry.
the superbug. You know the hospital superbug? MRSA.
That's not fun.
It's eating a bone and a leg. It's horrible. What are you laughing at, you?
Oh, I was just responding to Bailey's email, and I saw the last name, and I was just
Oh, okay.
saying how I love the last name.
Oh, Stoner.
Shh, shh! What are you doing?
I think they all know because her name's in chat.
Oh, it is.
And you, Dean. I would have got you up if I wasn't going now, bud.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
hide my name or nothing. People can find out who I am.
Is
I
that
don't
your
care.
last name really, or is that just you being silly?
That's my legal name.
Is it really?
Born with it.
33 again, look. 33. 32 on my phone, but 33 on my laptop. Weird. Yeah, well, we'll be back what day is it? We'll be back on Tuesday night. So I might be doing some videos before then. Trying to remove my posts. What's the matter, Bubba?
I'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah, but you'll be in bed at 9 o'clock in the morning. Bubba News, why have you
Yeah,
deleted
well, I'll
your
see you
own?
later when I watch the replay.
Yeah, you will, yeah. So we'll probably be on for a bit after anyway. I might do another panel. I'll see how I feel, see how long it goes on. So if you've got any questions for the medium, she also... I'm buffering and probably way behind. Oh, Trace, I'm sorry to hear that, darling. Questions for the medium. She also has her own... I'll be putting a little video out tomorrow, just letting people know questions for her. She has a ghost hunting group as well, so she's got her own ghost hunting business. So yeah, thank you. Shared too much info. Oh, well, thanks everybody for... I didn't see that, Bubba. Thank you everybody for coming in. It's been lovely, and thank you to Bailey and Jags. Can I call you Jags?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Or can I call you Zilla? What do you want me to call you?
Jag, that's fine.
Okay, I do like your avatar. I love Godzilla. I'm a massive fan. I don't
Are
like
you?
King Kong. I wanted Godzilla to kill.
Well, he won,
King
didn't
Kong.
he? Godzilla always wins. You can't beat Godzilla.
No, there was no winner.
Oh.
Just think Batman versus Superman.
Hmm.
They always end up... I'm not saying anymore, but I knew
Yeah.
straight away they weren't going to have a goodie versus goodie and a winner. But anyway, King Kong grew on me though. They did have him as a goodie, you know.
Hmm.
But I was
Well, that's good to
gunning
hear.
for... Yeah, I just don't like monkey. But I was gunning... I know he's an ape, but you know, I was... no, Bailey, will you stop saying that, silly? I was gunning for Godzilla throughout, so I love Godzilla. It's just awesome. Right then, everybody, thank you for being on here. Hit the like, please, if you don't mind. We had a couple of haters. We had two haters, and so my mate's
Well,
gone
not
missing.
to get carried away, Penny. Maybe they just disagree, right? It's not like you got 30 dumb thumbs down like
No, oh no, they don't
that
disagree. They
damn,
just
that damn
yeah.
troll.
Yeah, no, they are troll. I do have trolls, like not that one, but I do. These aren't people that just disagree. These are people that will come on to every single time I do a video or a live stream, and they'll do a dislike. But it's fine. It doesn't matter, you know. I wouldn't mind they just disliked it, but they don't. They come in and just they think it bothers me, but it's all interaction. It's all good for the channel. And they also give me 2 views, because you come and give a dislike, you give me a view, so
Right.
thank you.
How
Helping
dare
out.
they come and increase your engagement statistics?
I know, insane.
I heard that the thumbs down, as you say, in fact, do help. I mean, it's better than doing no thumbs at all.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just a vote, and all it means is that they won't get as many recommendations from me, but they won't be subbed anyway. Actually, they must be subbed because they're here too quickly. They must be subbed. So yeah, they're just very mentally unwell to sub somewhere that you don't like.
And I mean, you you can't please all the people all the time, right?
Oh no, but why sub? If I don't like somewhere, I don't sub and then
No.
give a dislike every time they're
No.
on. I just don't go there. But yeah, these
That's weird.
people
I
are,
agree.
they're very unwell. But I don't mind if it makes them feel better. Then that's fine. You know, I'm giving my service to the community by making them feel better about themselves. Then that's fine by me. Right then, guys. I'll
It's
see
all
you
a
really
win-win.
Tuesday.
entertainment, isn't it? Right?
You what? Sorry, Jagzilla.
It's all really entertainment, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's they're
it
getting
is.
entertained.
Yeah.
Sure.
Exactly, yeah. It's better than watching the BBC. Right then,
Mhm.
see you Tuesday. But I might do a couple of videos before that, and I probably, who knows, I might be doing a fish tank tomorrow night. I often just think, do you know what? I'll film the fish tank for a bit and talk crap to yous. So but and if I don't see you, then I'll see you Tuesday. Then take care, everybody, and thanks for being here, and thanks for the thumbs up. And if anybody wants to do a super chat,
Yeah. Thanks to all the people in chat too.
thank you for interacting. You guys are
Good night.
awesome.
You have a good night.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for you guys, then we'd be talking to ourselves,
Mm.
wouldn't we? Thank you, Bailey.
Thanks.
We want you back. We want to do. We'll book you in for a remote viewing sesh.
Come bore people for you some more.
You don't
Sounds
bore
great.
us. I can guarantee now people really enjoyed that.
Have a lovely night,
100%.
y'all.
Take
Night-night.
care, y'all. Hey, man. See you later. Bye, haters. See you later. Bye. Thank you, chat. You two haven't gone. Oh, there we go. Right, one's gone. Jagzilla's still here. I'm going to close the stream now. How many likes did we get? 61 likes. Thank you, everybody. Don't forget to hit the like on the way out if you didn't already. Oh, sorry. Going to bed now. Right. Thanks, Robin. Thank you to everybody for being here. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here, and that's why we do our best. Yeah, they're just the regulars, Bailey. We don't mind that. Yeah, so we want to stay here, you know, because we've got such a nice community, and it's not just here. I go to their channels as well, Jagzilla, and other channels. I see the same people on other channels. Bye, Anton. Lots of love. Happy afternoon in Oz. We've got people all over the world, you know. You guys take care. Lots of love, and I'll see you all soon. Bye. Thanks again, Jagzilla. You can't hear me. Bye.